CR 785. This is the People versus Mohamed Soliman. Before I start the formal proceedings, I want to begin by acknowledging that this is a difficult and stressful day for many of the folks in this courtroom. In order to protect the dignity of the proceedings, the court has issued a decorum order that governs the conduct that I expect of the spectators and the parties during the proceedings. Specifically, I want to make sure everyone is aware that devices.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we have just 1 minute for the interpreter?
Sorry, he's on mute, sorry. We good, on.
Specifically, I want to make sure that everyone is aware that all devices that are capable of recording need to remain put away during the proceedings. And also that the court expects that all of the spectators remain quiet during the proceedings until you're called upon to speak. I need to next swear in my Arabic language interpreters. For my interpreters, do you solemnly swear and affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially between English and Arabic, using your best skill and judgment in accordance with the standards prescribed by law, and that you will follow all the guidelines established by the court for interpreting?
I do to the best of my abilities.
Thank you. I'm moving slowly, but we're also interpreting simultaneously. Is that acceptable for the proceedings as long as I move slowly?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Absolutely, Your Honor.
Perfect. Please let me know if anyone is moving too quickly or if you need me to slow down. Can I have the appearances of counsel, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Doherty, Trish Middlestat, and Ken Cuffner on behalf of the people. And with the court's permission, we're joined by the 2 lead detectives from the Boulder Police Department, Andrea Tuck and Raul Montano Banda.
Good morning again.
Morning, Your Honor. Catherine Field and Nicole Collins on behalf of Mr. Soliman, who is present.
Good morning. It's my understanding that the parties have reached a disposition in this matter.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Will someone tell me about it briefly for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant indicated to the people that he intends to plead guilty on this case. The people require and ask the defendant plead guilty to all the charges filed in this case. And that's my belief of what we're going to do here today, that the defendant will be entering guilty pleas to each and every one of the charges filed, and those have been provided to the court. And it's my hope and understanding that we'll move forward with that now and then go to immediate sentencing.
Is this the defense's expectation as well?
Yes, Your Honor. I had previously provided the court and the prosecution a plea agreement where Mr. Soliman was advised of all of the charges against him and that his intent today is to plead guilty to all of the charges that he was charged with.
Thank you. So, Mr. Soliman, what needs to happen next is, and you can remain seated for this, thank you though. What needs to happen next is that you and I need to have a fairly long conversation where I walk you through all of the rights that you have as a party charged with a crime and each of the crimes charged. I have a set of questions that I have to ask you that are designed to make sure that if you do enter guilty pleas today, that I can ultimately make a finding that all of your pleas are knowing and voluntary and intelligent. I'm going to reference some paperwork that you signed with your attorneys, I believe, and that your attorneys filed with this court 2 days ago. I want you to know that even though I'm referencing that paperwork, this process is not complete until you affirm your pleas and your wish to plead verbally with me today. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me before we start?
No.
No.
The first set of questions that I need to ask you is a set of questions about yourself. Tell me how old you are, please.
46 عام.
46 years old.
How far did you formally go in school?
حاصل على درجة البكالوريوس.
I have got a bachelor's degree.
So you can read and speak and understand
نعم.
Well, are you understanding, thank you. Are you understanding me as I'm speaking to you in English through your Arabic interpreters?
Yes.
Okay. Are you thinking clearly today?
Yes.
If anything's said that you don't understand during these proceedings, will you stop me and tell me that you don't understand so that I can explain to you or ask your attorneys to do so?
أكيد.
For sure.
Have you had enough time to talk with your lawyers before today about the decision to plead guilty?
نعم.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you?
أكيد.
For sure.
Has anyone tried to force you to resolve your case this way?
لا إطلاقا.
No, not at all.
Has anyone promised you anything that I haven't heard about this morning in order to get you to resolve your case in this way?
لا إطلاقا.
No, not at all.
I want to talk to you about the 18-page document that your lawyers filed on your behalf 2 days ago. It's a document that's titled Mr. Soliman's Plea of Guilty and Waiver of Rights. Do you know that document that I'm talking about?
نعم.
Yes.
I think I see your signature on it on the last page with a date of May 4th. Am I right about that?
نعم.
Yes.
Did you also have the document translated to you from English to Arabic before you signed it?
نعم.
Yes.
Did you understand everything in the Arabic translation?
نعم.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to ask your attorneys any questions that you might have had about the document before you signed it?
Yes.
One of the things that the document talks about is that as you sit here today, you have a right to demand a jury trial on each one of the accusations against you in the case. Do you understand that?
نعم.
Yes.
The document also talks about the rights that you would have that go along with having a trial. Specifically, I need to make sure that you understand that if you had a trial, that trial would include the right to have your lawyers represent you at every stage of the process. Do you understand that?
نعم.
Yes.
If you had a trial, you would have the right to be presumed innocent of all the offenses charged, and the jury would be told that. Do you understand that?
نعم.
Yes.
You would have the right to demand that the prosecution prove that you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every charge alleged against you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You would have the right to confront witnesses called against you through your attorneys. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You would have the right to present evidence on your own behalf. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You would also have the right to testify or to remain silent. And if you chose to remain silent, you would have the right to have the jury instructed that your silence could not be held against you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You would also have the right to appeal any guilty verdict that might come from a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that when you choose to plead guilty, you give up the right to the trial that I described, as well as all of the rights that go along with having a trial?
نعم.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about the rights that you would be giving up?
No.
Ms. Harold or Ms. Collins, do you represent to the court that you fully reviewed with Mr. Soliman the plea document and all of its contents before you filed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you also represent to the court that, to the best of your own professional judgment, Mr. Soliman appears to understand his rights and the charges against him and appears to have the capacity to make the decisions that I'm going to ask him about today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Soliman, we next need to talk about each of the charges one at a time. as well as the possible penalties that are associated with the charges. Because it's important that you understand each of the charges as well as the possible penalties before I ask you to plead on any of them. I'm going to go through each of the charges individually and the penalties. And then I'm going to ask you how you wish to plead to each of them. If you don't understand anything that I say about the charges, will you ask me to clarify that?
Yes.
And if you need to take a break at any point to talk to your lawyers or for anything else, will you also let me know?
Like it.
For sure.
Counsel, before I talk with Mr. Soliman about the charges, I saw that the written plea paperwork contains a few paragraphs that describe the factual basis of the charges. Do you stipulate to that factual basis as the factual basis of each of the charges that I will ask him about?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do the people accept the written stipulated factual basis, or do you want to add a factual basis at this time?
The people accept the stipulated factual basis, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
The court will accept the stipulated factual basis, and I want to let the people know that prior to sentencing, if you wish to address the factual basis further, I'm going to let you do that.
That's my intent, so thank you, Your Honor.
So counsel, for the purpose of us all keeping track, I'm going to go through 101 substantive counts with Mr. Soliman. And those were provided to you, I think, in a table format by the court prior to the hearing. I also show that there are 68 sentence enhancer counts that relate to crimes of violence. 16 of those sentence enhancer counts relate to serious bodily injury. 47 relate to the use of a deadly weapon, specifically a Molotov cocktail or more than one Molotov cocktail. And 5 relate to the use of a deadly weapon that is otherwise unspecified, but is an incendiary device within the meaning of the deadly weapon crime of violence statute. It's my understanding that counsel agreed to stipulate to the crimes of violence sentence enhancers that I just described. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is willing to stipulate at this time.
Okay, and the people accept the defense's stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, so do counsel agree that what that means that the court will do is I will not take pleas on the sentence enhancer counts, but I will weave the sentence enhancer factual framework into my discussion of the substantive counts where those enhancers apply. Is that your understanding, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Soliman, now I'm going to start by talking with you about each of the 101 substantive counts where I will ask you for a plea. The first substantive count that I want to talk to you about is titled Murder in the First Degree. It's a crime that's alleged to have been committed with extreme indifference, and it's a Class 1 felony. It reads as follows. On or about June 1st, 2025, Mohamed Soliman unlawfully and feloniously, under circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life generally, knowingly engaged in conduct which creates a grave risk of death to a person other than himself, and thereby caused the death of Karen Diamond in violation of the law. That's count 4. Do you understand the murder in the first degree charge as it's alleged in that count?
Yes.
The penalty for count 4 is a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Do you understand that penalty?
Yes.
Understanding those things, how do you wish to plead to the count of murder in the first degree against Karen Diamond with extreme indifference?
Guilty.
Count 5 is also a count of murder in the first degree against Karen Diamond. It's a Class 1 felony. It's different from count 4 in that it describes an intentional and deliberate act. Count 5 reads that on or about June 1st, 2025, that you unlawfully, feloniously, after deliberation and with the intent to cause the death of a person other than yourself, caused the death of Karen Diamond in violation of the law. Do you understand that charge?
Yes.
It also carries as a penalty a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Do you understand that?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to the count of murder in the first degree, intentional and deliberate, against Karen Diamond?
With them?
Guilty?
The next set of counts is a set of counts entitled attempt to commit murder in the first degree. These are Class 2 felonies that are alleged to have been committed with extreme indifference. And there are 26 counts that name each individual victim. I'm going to first read you how the law phrases the offense of criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree with extreme indifference. And then I'm going to ask you individually how you wish to plead to those counts with respect to each of the 26 individual victims. Do you understand that process that I've described?
Yes.
The 26 counts share in common that they each allege that on or about June 1st, 2025, by engaging in conduct constituting a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the first degree, you, Mohamed Soliman, unlawfully and feloniously, under circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life generally, knowingly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death to persons other than yourself, and you thereby attempted to cause the death of the 26 individuals that I'm about to ask you about individually. First, tell me, do you understand the general definition of attempt to commit murder in the first degree with extreme indifference?
Yes.
The penalty for each of these counts ranges between 16 and 48 years in the Department of Corrections for each count. The sentence within that 16 to 48 year range is in the court's discretion. But because this is a crime of violence, the penalty that the court selects for each count must be served consecutively to every other count that alleges a crime of violence. Do you understand that requirement of consecutive sentences?
Yes.
And do you understand the penalty range as well?
Yes.
There is technically a 5-year period of parole that would follow release for an offense under this statute. But because of the fact that you have pled to an offense that doesn't contain a possibility of parole, that parole would not actually happen. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm now going to ask you how you want to plead to each of the counts, naming each individual victim. How do you want to plead to the first count, which alleges criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference against Louis Diamond?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 7th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference against Mark Lowenstein?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 10th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference as to the victim Linda Lowenstein?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 13th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the named victim Julie Schaffer?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 16th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, against Barbara Steinmetz?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 19th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, against the victim Natalia Resnick?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 22nd count that alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the named victim Jonathan Gold?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 25th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, against Andrew Chester?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead to the 28th count that alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Deborah Moronich?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead as to the 31st count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Michelle Goldman?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead as to the 34th count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Naor Bitten?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead as to the count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the named victim Jody James?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead as to the count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to count 40 against Gary James?
Guilty?
How do you wish to plead as to the 119th count, which alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Marjorie Hargrave?
Guilty?
As to count 124, how do you wish to plead as to the accusation of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Omer Shakar?
Guilty?
On the 129th count, how do you wish to plead to the charge of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Edward Victor?
Guilty?
In the 134th count, how do you wish to plead to criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Rahel Halpern?
Guilty?
As to the 139th count, how do you wish to plead to the count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the victim Gavin Gartner?
Guilty?
In the 144th count, how do you wish to plead to the count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the victim Callie Garter?
Guilty?
In the 149th count, how do you wish to plead to the charge of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the victim Jean Unger?
Guilty?
In the 154th count, how do you wish to plead to the offense of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Haya Gardner?
Guilty?
In the 159th count, How do you wish to plead to the charge of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the victim, Isla Cohen?
Guilty.
In the 164th count, how do you wish to plead to the offense of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to Baruch Cohen?
Guilty.
In the 169th count, how do you wish to plead as to the offense of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, with the named victim, Raquel Cohen?
Guilty.
As to the 174th count, how do you wish to plead to the offense of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the named victim, Dmitry Resnick?
Guilty.
As to the 179th count, how do you wish to plead to the offense of criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, as to the victim, Lisa Turnquist?
Guilty.
I'm going to move next to a group of counts that's titled Criminal Attempt to Commit Murder in the First Degree, Intentional and Deliberate. This is also a Class 2 felony that alleges attempt to commit first-degree murder, but under a different definition. Like I did before, I'm going to read you the definition, describe the penalties, and then I'm going to ask you how you wish to plead to each of the individual 26 counts that describe the named victims on these offenses. Do you understand that process?
Yes.
The count is generally defined as follows. On or about June 1st, 2025, by engaging in conduct constituting a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the first degree, that you unlawfully, feloniously, after deliberation, and with the intent to cause the death of a person other than yourself, attempted to cause the death of each of the individual named victims in the counts that I'm about to read in violation of the law. Do you understand the meaning of that offense?
Yes.
The penalty for the offense of criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, intentional and deliberate, is a period of 16 to 48 years in the Department of Corrections for each count. The court chooses the sentence within that range, but these counts are crimes of violence, which means that the penalty for each of them must be served consecutively to one another and consecutively to all other prison terms for any other crime of violence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There's also a 5-year period of parole under the statute. But as we discussed before, that 5-year parole period wouldn't actually operate in your specific circumstances. Do you understand that?
Yes.
As before, I'm going to walk you through each of the individual counts on which attempt to commit first-degree murder, intentional and deliberate is alleged, and I'm going to ask you how you plead to each of them. In count 2, that alleges criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, intentional and deliberate against Louis Diamond, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
In count 8, that alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, intentionally and deliberately against the victim, Mark Lowenstein, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 11 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, intentionally and deliberately against the named victim, Linda Lowenstein. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 14 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree, intentionally and deliberately against Julie Schaffer. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 17 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against named victim Barbara Steinmetz. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 20 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentional and deliberate against Natalia Resnick. How do you want to plead?
Guilty.
Count 23 alleges murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Jonathan Gold. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 26 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Andrew Chester. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 29 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Deborah Moronich. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 32 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Michelle Goldman. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 35 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately as to Naor Bitten. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 38 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately as to Jody James. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 41 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against the named victim Gary James. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 120 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Marjorie Hargrave. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 125 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Omer Shakar. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 130 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Edward Victor. How do you want to plead?
Guilty.
Count 135 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Rahel Halpern. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 140 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Gavin Gartner. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 145 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Callie Gartner. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
Count 150 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Jean Unger. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 155 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Haya Gartner. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 160 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Isla Cohen. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 165 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Baruch Cohen. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 170 is a count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Raquel Cohen. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 175 is a count of attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Dmitry Resnick. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 180 alleges attempt to commit murder in the first degree intentionally and deliberately against Lisa Turnquist. How do you want to plead?
Guilty.
The next group of offenses that I need to talk to you about, I'm going to do in the exact same way. The group of offenses is called assault in the first degree against an at-risk person. The group of counts alleges that you committed that assault in the first degree with extreme indifference. It is a class 2 felony, which alleges that on or about June 1st of 2025, that you, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused serious bodily injury to each of 4 named victims. That count further describes that each of those victims was defined as an at-risk adult by virtue of their age in violation of the law. Do you understand the structure of that count and what is described?
No. Yes.
The penalty for each of these 4 counts is 16 to 48 years in the Department of Corrections for each count. The court selects the number within that range, but because this is a crime of violence, the penalty for each of these counts must be served consecutively to one another. It also must be served consecutively to all other prison terms for any other crime of violence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
As with the other counts that we've talked about, there is technically a 5-year period of parole upon your release, but that wouldn't apply to you because of the totality of the counts to which you're pleading. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There are 4 counts in this group that allege 4 separate named victims. And just as before, I'm going to ask you how you wish to plead to each count, referencing the person to which it applies. How do you wish to plead to count 3 that alleges assault in the first degree against an at-risk person with extreme indifference against Louis Diamond?
Guilty.
How do you wish to plead to count 9 that alleges assault in the first degree of an at-risk person with extreme indifference against Mark Lowenstein?
Guilty.
How do you wish to plead to count 12 that alleges assault in the first degree of an at-risk person with extreme indifference against the named victim, Linda Lowenstein?
Guilty.
And how do you wish to plead to count 18 that alleges assault in the first degree of an at-risk person with extreme indifference against the named victim, Barbara Steinmetz?
Guilty.
The next set of counts alleges assault in the first degree with extreme indifference. These are counts that are similar to the ones that we just talked about, but the named victims are not defined as at-risk adults. As before, I'm going to tell you about the definition of the offense and the penalties. And then I'm going to ask you how you wish to plead with respect to each individual named person. The offense of assault in the first degree, extreme indifference, is a class 3 felony that alleges that on or about June 1st of 2025, that you, Mohamed Soliman, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death to another, and that you thereby caused serious bodily injury to each of 4 named victims in violation of the law. Do you understand the definition of that offense?
Yes.
The penalty for offenses in this group is between 10 and 32 years in the Department of Corrections. The court selects the number within that range, but these sentences or these offenses are crimes of violence, which means that the penalty for each of these counts must be served consecutively to one another and also consecutively to all other prison terms for any other crime of violence that we've discussed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There is a 3-year parole period under the law, but this wouldn't come into play with respect to you, as we've already discussed. Do you understand?
Yes.
There are 4 counts that allege assault in the first degree extreme indifference. In count 15, how do you wish to plead to assault in the first degree extreme indifference as to the victim, Julie Schaffer?
Guilty.
In count 21, how do you want to plead to the count of assault in the first degree with extreme indifference, Natalia Resnick?
Guilty.
In count 24, how do you want to plead to assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Jonathan Gold?
Guilty.
In count 27, how do you want to plead to the charge of assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Andrew Chester?
Guilty.
The next group of counts describes the offense of criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree against an at-risk person. It's a class 3 felony alleging that you acted with extreme indifference. As before, I'm going to define the offense for you, ask you if you understand that, and then ask for your plea as to each of 2 victims for whom this count is alleged to apply. Criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree of an at-risk person alleges that on or about June 1st of 2025, by engaging in conduct constituting a substantial step toward the commission of assault in the first degree, that you, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby attempted to cause serious bodily injury to the named victim. The count further alleges that each victim was an at-risk adult on account of their age in violation of the law. Do you understand that offense definition?
Yes.
These are class 3 felony counts that carry a penalty between 10 and 32 years in the Department of Corrections. The sentence within that range is in the court's discretion, but because these are crimes of violence, the penalty for each count would have to be served consecutively to one another and also consecutively to any other prison term for any other crime of violence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There is a 3-year period of parole by statute, but the period of parole does not in practical life apply for the reasons we've discussed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 136 alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree against an at-risk person related to Rahel Halpern. How do you wish to plead to the count?
Guilty.
Count 156 alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree against an at-risk person, Haya Gartner. How do you wish to plead to that count?
Guilty.
The next group of counts alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference. I'm going to follow the same pattern as before. There are 16 separate counts that relate to 16 named victims. The counts in general allege that on or about June 21st of 2025, by engaging in conduct constituting a substantial step toward the commission of assault in the first degree, that you, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death to another, and thereby attempted to cause serious bodily injury to each of the named victims in violation of the law. Do you understand the definition of criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree?
I apologize, Your Honor. Yes.
The penalty for each of these counts is between 5 and 16 years in the Department of Corrections. The sentence within that range is in the court's discretion, but these are crimes of violence. So the penalty of each count would have to be served consecutively to one another and consecutively to any other prison term for any other crime of violence, as we've discussed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The period of parole that applies by statute is 3 years. Do you understand?
No.
Yes.
There are 16 separate counts. Count 30 alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree, extreme indifference as to the victim, Deborah Moronich. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 33 alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree, extreme indifference as to Michelle Goldman. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 36 alleges criminal attempt to commit assault in the first degree as to Naor Britton. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 39 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Jody James. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 42 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Gary James. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 121 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree, extreme indifference as to Marjorie Hargrave. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 126 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Omer Shakar. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 131 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Edward Victor. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 141 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Gavin Gartner. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 146 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Callie Gartner. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 151 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Jean Unger. How do you plead?
Guilty. Guilty.
Count 161 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Isla Cohen. How do you plead?
Muslim,
Guilty.
Count 166 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Baruch Cohen. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 171 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Raquel Cohen. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 176 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Dmitry Resnick. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 181 alleges attempt to commit assault in the first degree with extreme indifference as to Lisa Turnquist. How do you plead?
Muslim,
Guilty.
There are two counts titled use of explosives or incendiary devices. Those two counts read as follows. On or about June 1st of 2025, you unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly used, caused to be used, gave, mailed, sent, or caused to be sent an explosive or incendiary device in the commission or attempted commission of attempted murder in the first degree and assault in the first degree, which is a felony. There are two counts that the court understands represent the two devices that were used on June 1st. Do you understand those two counts?
Yes.
They are Class 2 felonies, which carry a penalty between 8 and 24 years in the Department of Corrections. A 3-year period of parole would apply by statute. Do you understand the possible penalties?
Yes.
How do you plead to count 43 that alleges use of explosives or incendiary devices, a Class 2 felony?
Muslim,
Guilty.
How do you plead to count 44, which is an identical count corresponding to the second of two devices that are factually alleged?
Guilty.
There is next a set of counts, 16 in all. These counts allege an attempt to commit a use of explosives or incendiary devices. My understanding is that there are 16 separately charged counts, identically written in counts 45 through 60 inclusive, and that each of these counts, although identically written, corresponds to each of 16 separate devices that were alleged to have been with you or on your person, but were not detonated. Counts 45 through 60 read, on or about June 1st of 2025, by engaging in conduct constituting a substantial step toward the commission of use of explosives or incendiary devices, that you unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly attempted to use, caused to be used, give, mail, or send, or cause to be sent, an explosive or incendiary device in the commission or the attempted commission of attempted murder in the first degree and first degree assault. Do you understand the structure of those charges as well as how they differ from one another in the way that I've explained?
Yes.
They are Class 3 felony charges, which means that each of them carries a penalty of 4 to 12 years in the Department of Corrections with a statutory 3 years of parole to follow your release. Do you understand the possible penalties?
Yes.
Because counts 45 through 60 are identically written, I'm going to ask you as a group how you wish to plead to each of those counts that correspond to 16 individual devices. Guilty or not guilty?
مذنب.
Guilty.
As to all individual counts?
نعم.
Yes.
There is one count alleged in amended count 61 that alleges cruelty to animals. The cruelty to animals count reads that on June 1st of 2025, that you unlawfully, recklessly, or with criminal negligence tortured, needlessly mutilated, or needlessly killed an animal in violation of the law. Do you understand the count of cruelty to animals?
نعم.
Yes.
It is a class 1 misdemeanor, which carries a penalty of up to 364 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to the count of cruelty to animals?
مذنب.
Guilty.
Counts
Your Honor.
6, yes.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, if I may. Just two quick things. First, count 61 is regarding a beloved dog named Jackson. You'll be hearing from Gary and Jody James a little later about Jackson, but also importantly, before you do count 62, a victim named in count 62 would ask the court to just refer to her by her first name, if that's okay. She recognizes her name's, her entire name's in the plea paperwork and in the records of the case, but for today's proceedings, she would ask that the court and counsel, if it's okay with the court, just refer to her by her first name.
I can do that. Count 62.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 2 counts, Mr. Solomon, of assault in the 3rd degree. Those counts are separate in count 62 and count 184 against 2 individually named victims. The counts generally are described as on or about June 1st, 2025, that you unlawfully and knowingly or recklessly caused bodily injury to these 2 individuals. This is a class 1 misdemeanor count. Do you understand the meaning of assault in the 3rd degree?
Yes.
The penalty for this offense is up to 364 days in jail for each count. Do you understand the penalty?
نعم.
Yes.
Count 62 alleges 3rd degree assault against a victim with first name Guadalupe. How do you wish to plead to count 62?
مذنب.
Guilty.
Count 184 alleges 3rd degree assault against Bruno Dennis Chapsel. How do you wish to plead to count 184?
مذنب.
Guilty.
Counsel, I believe that that is the entire set of substantive counts, not including the sentence enhancer counts that we spoke of before. Do you agree that I have named and requested pleas in each of the substantive counts?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does either party request that the court in any way supplement the advisement as to any of the counts?
Not the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
In that case, having observed Mr. Solomon, the court finds that each of the guilty pleas he entered is knowing and voluntary and intelligent. The court enters judgment on each of the counts to which Mr. Solomon entered guilty pleas. The court also, if I didn't indicate it before, accepts the stipulations of the parties with respect to the crimes of violence sentence enhancers. Counsel, I know that you spoke of proceeding to immediate sentencing, but I think this is a timely opportunity to take a break. I think I'd like to take 15, which would put us back in the courtroom just around 10:15, perhaps a little bit after. Does anyone need the court to do anything further before I move to the sentencing phase at 10:15?
No, Your Honor, I will just say for the record and for purposes of the Victims' Rights Act, that the people have worked and communicated closely with the victims in the case. We had informed them originally when the defendant was possibly going to plead guilty, and then also when we learned the defendant had agreed to and intended to plead guilty to all the charges. We've also spoken with them in advance of today about the request from both parties to go to immediate sentencing, in part because the defendant is receiving a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for killing Karen Diamond. So all that being said, I just wanted the record to reflect that the victims and the prosecution are ready to move to immediate sentencing after the break.
I have nothing to say at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Doherty, since you've touched on the issue, implicit in the agreement to immediate sentencing means that both parties are waiving the right for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation and report for the court. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, the people don't believe it's necessary at this time. Thank you.
Defense agrees.
All right. In that case, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes, which would put us back here between 10:15 and 10:20.
Thank you, Your Honor.
15 minutes, okay. The People versus Solomon. We'll now move to the sentencing portion of the proceedings. Mr. Doherty, I'll turn the floor over to you for any comments that you have, as well as any comments that you would like me to hear from the named victims and the affected parties. I will tell you that I saw each of the victim impact statements that were submitted to me in advance, and I've read each of them.
Your Honor, thank you, and thank you for reviewing those in advance. There are additional victims who wish to have statements read aloud on their behalf today, and other victims who wish to speak directly to the court today as well.
I'll let you go in any order that you like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start with a statement from the Diamond family. As the court has already addressed, Louis Diamond and Karen Diamond were at-risk adults based on their age. The defendant killed Karen Diamond and severely injured Louis Diamond. The sons of Karen Soren Diamond and Louis Diamond, Andrew and Ethan Diamond, have asked me to provide their statement to the court. Your Honor, we chose not to attend the sentencing hearing because we don't want to have the memories of seeing our mother's murderer, nor any memories related to her murder beyond the horrors we've already witnessed. We instead submit the following statement. Regarding the sentencing, we ask only that the attacker never sees his family again, since he is responsible for our mother never seeing her family again. Our father, Louis Diamond, was badly burned in the attack on June 1st, 2025. He spent over a month in the burn ICU in terrible pain. He required extensive skin grafting surgery, which he endured while knowing that his beloved wife of 58 years was experiencing even greater suffering and ultimately dying in the adjoining room. Our mother, Karen Soren Diamond, suffered severe burns to every part of her body, as well as a fracture and dislocation of her shoulder. A little-known fact about burn care is that in order to have the best chance of recovery, patients can only receive limited doses of pain medication. They must remain off the ventilator as much as possible and awake and alert enough to move around regularly to keep the skin graft supple and prevent muscle atrophy. Thus, our mother suffered indescribable pain for more than 3 weeks before finally succumbing to her injuries. In those weeks, we learned the full meaning of the expressions living hell and fate worse than death. But throughout her ordeal, she remained gracious to everyone caring for her. Near the end, while still in excruciating pain, she recounted stories and recipes, dispensed motherly advice, and told us that the response to this act of pure hatred has to be kindness and love. News reports described our mother as an elderly woman, but she was in excellent health, as was our father. Up until the moment of the attack, they shared a blissful life together, built from humble beginnings over six decades of hard work, regular exercise, healthy eating, and boundless love and generosity. 6 days earlier, they had jogged the Boulder together. Lou finished 7th in his age group, and Karen finished 4th in her age group. They were both still working and both on track to live at least another 15 years. Their plans for the future included a trip to France with friends in August 2025, and many more years of traveling, hiking, reading, gardening, cooking, enjoying symphony performances, hosting parties and fundraisers, caring for their neighbors and friends across Colorado, and visiting their children and grandchildren. Now, none of those things will happen. We will never have the honor of hosting and caring for our mother in her old age. Our children won't get to receive her wisdom or perform music for her or see her proud, beaming smile as they graduate from high school and college and celebrate other life milestones. Our father is bereft of his life partner and is living alone in the home they built and lived in together since 1992. He is surrounded by memories of her and her life, just as it was on the early afternoon of June 1st, 2025, when they left to take a brief, spontaneous stroll down Pearl Street. There are no words to describe his anguish, and time has not yet provided any relief. Lou is a peaceful man who devoted his life to health sciences and education, with a distinguished career of 40 years and counting at the University of Colorado. Karen was a respected designer, a love of art and music, a gracious host, and an incredible wife, mother, and grandmother with limitless love for everyone. Together, they were fixtures of the Boulder community, always grateful for their success and always looking for ways to give back to Boulder. Their philanthropy even included the establishment of a new American scholarship to support students who immigrate to the United States from underdeveloped countries. Our parents' suffering is an utterly senseless tragedy. May our mother's memory be a blessing, and may their story inspire us to treat our fellow humans with more kindness and understanding. Thank you for your consideration. We're grateful for the ordinary citizens, police, firefighters, EMTs, pilots, nurses, and doctors who helped on the day of the attack, everyone at the CU Anschutz Burn Center who provided amazing care to our parents, District Attorney Doherty and his colleagues, and all our friends and family who've helped us regain some sense of normalcy over the past 11 months. As a side note to the media covering this hearing, we humbly ask that you refer to Karen Soren Diamond by her name rather than as an elderly woman, and consider referring to the attacker as a middle-aged male rather than by his name. We believe Karen's name is the one that deserves to be remembered. And that's a statement submitted, Your Honor, by Andrew and Ethan Diamond, sons of Karen Soren Diamond and Lou Diamond. And for the written statements that are being provided today, Your Honor, I will upload those to the court system after we're done with the proceedings.
Thank you.
At this point, I believe Andrew Chester, who's a victim of attempted murder in the second degree and first degree assault, will read a statement to the court.
Mr. Chester, thank you for being here. What would you like me to know?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the court. My name is Andrew Chester, and I was there that day on June 1st. On June 1st, 2025, I was doing the same thing I had done every Sunday since Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, committing unspeakable crimes and taking 251 people as hostages into Gaza. Run for Their Lives and then Boulder Run for Their Lives was founded in the wake of this attack, meeting on Sundays to simply do the following: keep awareness alive and hope for the release of those hostages being held in Gaza. All of them, Israeli, American, Thai, Argentinian, and so many others. For me, this weekly Sunday gathering was usually not a joyful experience. As a group, we were met with frequent hatred from community members in the area, and it was painful to remember what we were doing and what we were advocating for. Yet I felt required or called to keep showing up. This was meant to be a peaceful gathering on June 1st, one of remembrance and mourning, of reflection and humanity. On that day, the regular weekly hate directed towards us changed from some screams and middle fingers to terror and real violence. This was a deliberate act, targeted and rooted in hatred, an act that could have easily resulted in many more of us in this room that were there that day not being here today. And I am thankful that things did not go quite as the defendant had planned, that I am still here. But the life cut short for Karen Diamond and the other scars inflicted on the rest of us and on our community are lifelong effects. Since that day, my life has changed in ways that are difficult to fully express the magnitude of. Everyday activities that were once benign and routine, going to the grocery store, attending community events, meeting new people, now come with a layer of anxiety and calculation. I am scanning for exits, continually searching for threats, becoming abnormally uncomfortable with any minor seemingly out of place or out of ordinary observation, and wondering if I am safe simply for existing as I am. I no longer live in a world where I feel comfortable and safe to exist as I am. I hide my Star of David necklace. I feel anxious walking into synagogue or attending any Jewish-related events. And mentioning my identity in any situation simply just feels like a risk. That loss is more than just safety. It is a loss of dignity and a loss of freedom that I once knew. This has fundamentally altered how I move through the world. This was an attack on individuals, on a community, on the right to gather peacefully, and on the basic human expectation of safety. The emotional impact has been lasting and deeply destabilizing. These scars go beyond physical. They are lasting scars that change lives. I ask the court to recognize the full weight of that harm that was inflicted upon each of us that were there that day, but also on our entire Jewish community and the whole Boulder community at large. The act, the intent, and the lasting trauma it has caused. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chester.
Your Honor, the next victim who would like to address the court is Michelle Goldman. Ms. Goldman was a victim of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted first-degree assault.
Ms. Goldman, what would you like the court to hear?
Your Honor, I feel fortunate to be born and raised in Colorado. It's a beautiful place, and the people I met here generally are warm and friendly. This is my home. Growing up, I didn't fully understand the suffering of my parents endured, first as Holocaust survivors, then as refugees. Nor did I experience the segregation they faced while they started our family here in the 1950s. I also never had to worry about my safety at school, even here in Boulder, at the University of Colorado. That sense of safety and security was shattered on June 1st, when 27 others and I were firebombed in the middle of the Pearl Street Mall, an act of hate and anti-Semitism. Since that day, I find myself constantly thinking about the safety of our Jewish community. I wonder, is this the level of hypervigilance normal? I can't help but see the vulnerabilities everywhere. I do not like living like this. Nothing gave this man the right to harm so many of us, not just those of us who were there, including our friend Karen Diamond, but Karen's family and the broader community. Instead of teaching love, he demonstrated hate. Instead of appreciating what Colorado has to offer, he chose to destroy. A man that destroys so much should be held accountable for his crimes, not just to restrict him from committing future crimes, but as a deterrent to others. We cannot accept this trend in our society. There have been too many examples throughout history, like the Holocaust, that begin of crimes with hate and escalate into all-out war against a people who want nothing more than to live their lives like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman.
Your Honor, the next two victims who would like to address the court are Jody James and Gary James. They were each victims of attempted murder and attempted first-degree assault. They also had Jackson with them, the dog who passed away as a result of the defendant's attack. And as I informed counsel, I believe they're going to ask the court to look at a couple pictures of Jackson if the court's willing to do so.
Yes.
Thanks for letting us come up together as a couple. This is something that, thanks for listening to me. And this is something that just means a lot. We have Jackson after the week after a friend of ours took a picture with him, a week after his burns, and posted it on her LinkedIn to basically advocate for the little dog burn victim. So we have that one. And he wasn't always that elderly. So we have him when he was younger with his sibling that I mentioned that we adopted when they were about 4 months old. And then he loved his stuffed animals. Not to negate the fact that that people were hurt and Karen was hurt and killed.
I may approach?
Yes.
And Gary and Jody have shared with me that they are fine with the court keeping these in the court file, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Um, It was difficult watching people of our group literally being burned alive. I remember seeing the medics wheel away a person severely burned. And I mean, I'm projecting on that, but I'm assuming it was Karen. And that memory will never leave my mind. She was unrecognizable. Finding out Karen died as a result of the attack was very traumatic as well. Knowing that people were burned and my friends were burned also pained me. To me, there was a lot of chaos and confusion at the scene. And after the chaos of the first bomb, my instinct was to look and see Gary and Jack, to see if Gary and my dog were okay. I mean, I kind of feel guilty that I didn't look at other people, but I was trying to find my dog and my husband in the middle of the chaos. I saw that the pet stroller was kind of on its own, and so I yelled to Gary to get the dog. I watched the second Molotov cocktail explode as Gary was literally running through it with the pet stroller with Jackson in it. And then the fire was surrounding the dog, me and Gary. Jackson did succumb to his burn injuries due to the second Molotov cocktail that exploded, I believe, fully. He was born on June 1st, 2009, which is really interesting too. And we adopted him when he was about 3 to 4 months old. He and his sister Sophie joined our family. We gave you a picture of Sophie with him. And we also had a dog by the name of Isaiah, and we had cats. We loved all our animals equally, and yet Jackson was very special because he was our final pet. We decided to not get any more animals because we've had many break-ins in our house and harassments and death threats for many years. And yes, we've gone to the courts, we've gone to the authorities, and nothing happens. And I know this is about this, but it's like we've just had a lot of trauma in our lives. We decided not to have pets so they would not be hurt in those circumstances as Isaiah's leg and Jackson's burns. Gary and I decided to take us, and the reason we were at this walk every week was that I would watch the news and I wanted to take a stand against the kidnapping and the sexual abuse of the victims in Gaza. And we found out about Run for Our Lives. I could empathize with the hostages because I was in foster care as a child and also abused. And the authorities told me I wasn't abused. And so when I would watch the UN and they would literally try to debate whether these women were being raped or not, it touched my heart. And so I wanted to take a stand for them. And according to the Weld County Court Services records, which I'm sure are still around, that there is some kind of kidnapping in my background. So I could relate, and I wanted to take a stand. I wanted to take my pain and help other people. We started taking Jackson to the walks because he would be lonely if left alone. And he also liked being in the pet stroller. The frustration that I had over the trauma of this case was the fact that my husband and dogs literally ran through fire. I mean, I literally remember seeing it. At the scene, we told the police what happened. My husband felt burns on his back from the first cocktail, and the police, it seemed like he hastily lifted Gary's shirt up and put it down, and then we showed the officer the cage, which we have a cage picture too, where the stroller was burned out. And Gary asked the police officer if he needed anything else. And the officer basically implied we could leave, like the scene. And I at first tried to get back into the little group area because I wanted to get some support from the people who had just experienced what I had experienced, and they wouldn't let us back in. We went home only to see and then we went home by ourselves. And so then we went home, and then our dog, his ears were getting blistered and swollen. And then we took him to Blue Pearl Emergency, which was by our house. And then the FBI and the police showed up at our house the next day to take our statement. Gary had given him your information to say, yeah, we were here at the scene. And okay, Jackson had such a will to live that we thought he would recover some as he was walking with some help. My lips are really dry. Guidance harnesses about 2 miles a day. This was after the attack. We knew that he was elderly. I mean, we were aware that he was an elderly dog before the attack, but he still loved to cuddle and he just was not ready to go, and that wasn't the way he should have went. It was extremely difficult his last week as the burns took him over and he succumbed to his injuries. Getting support for the trauma from any type of therapeutic areas has been a challenge for Gary and I. Because this isn't, we really feel like we've been threatened before and will be threatened again, and this time too. For the federal case to say that I'm in the same category as an innocent bystander because I was standing in flames and watching my husband and dog being burned. It's horrific to say that I'm the same as an innocent bystander several yards away. It doesn't make any sense to me. However, we are afraid to get any more pets. We do go to rescue events and cuddle with animals, and we try to show them that we love them in honor of Jackson's memory, and we love animals and petting them from our neighbors, and when we go on hikes. And this does help with the trauma and pain. I also go to the senior center, and because they take the seniors to go see like rescue places and stuff, and that helps. So thank you so much for remembering Jackson, and may his memory be a blessing. And also, and very importantly, may Karen's memory be a blessing as well. And also those that were hurt and traumatized emotionally and physically by this horrific event.
Thank you, Ms. James.
My name is Gary James, and I was also there at the June 1st, 2025. It's difficult to describe the emotional impact of an attempt to burn us alive, which included me, my wife, my dog, and a community or a small group. Our community was peaceful by remembering the hostage names every week. Every week we hoped that this would give comfort to the friends, families, and the hostages, and also bring awarenesses. It grieves me to watch the trauma of the Run for Their Lives Boulder group struggle emotionally and physically from the attack on June 1st, 2025. I also want Karen's memory to be a blessing as I grieve her death. Sometimes I feel guilty watching my dog in pain with his burns, thinking if I did not release the pet stroller out of the pain from the first Molotov cocktail, he may not have been hurt. Jackson eventually was not able to overcome his burns. It's difficult to watch my wife deal with the trauma. Emotionally, at times, I feel overwhelmed. The emotions often result in tearing up. At the time of the firebomb attack, my wife yelled, "Get the dog." This brought me out of my shock of the first Molotov cocktail that hit me, and I quickly moved back to get the dog in the pet stroller. As I was running with the pet stroller, I could see flames at my feet and at the stroller from the second Molotov cocktail. Although my pants were burned, I did not feel the, I did not feel the heat. The pet stroller was burned badly, and our dogs had many burns. At the time, I did not know the severity immediately after the attack, but several hours later, I could see burns on the dog. My wife and I took him to Blue Pearl Pet Emergency Hospital for weeks after the attack. Jackson was in enormous pain. Although at the times during the last few weeks, he appeared he was going to recover. Our vet was impressed at his spunk and was rooting for him. We thank VCA All Pets for honoring his memory in a donation. I remember him crying because his ears hurt so much from the burns. To minimize the pains, I put cold compresses on his ears, and his facial expression just showed me how grateful he was for the care. Our dog was in great pain after being burned. Eventually, he lost part of his ears because of the burns, and I'm sad that my dog eventually died from his many burns. I'm grateful the state has recognized Jackson as a victim in his horrible attack, and may his memory be a blessing. And I thank you for mentioning his name today too. It really meant a lot to me. People ask me if I plan to get another dog or pet. I tell them I'm not ready at this time. However, the deeper reason is we've had multiple break-ins, harassments, and death threats. This happened especially in 2015, where another beloved pet, Isaiah, a dog, had a broken leg because of a different attack by the break-in of our house. We went on the run and temporarily lived with a pastor friend. After the firebomb attack, I told the police officer my back felt burned. We showed him Jackson in the pet stroller where it was burned out completely in spots. We asked if he needed anything else. He took my license information, implied we could go. Later, I found out that victims were asked to come to the police station. In addition, we found out a new friend that helped us with Jackson Burns on June 1, 2025, a shopkeeper who was also asked to go to the police station. The pet stroller was not taken as evidence of the crime, yet flags and other items were. I am struggling because the federal case doesn't include Jackson as a victim. Additionally, Jody and I were in the middle of flames watching our dog being burned alive, and yet we are in the same victim category in the federal case as an innocent bystander yards away. Again, we are grateful for the state recognition of this horrible attack on our beloved pet Jackson. May his memory be a blessing, and may Karen's memory be a blessing, as well as remembering those who were impacted by this horrible attack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. James.
Your Honor, the next victim who wishes to provide a statement to the court has asked me to read it on her behalf. It's Barbara Steinmetz, who is an at-risk victim on that day based on her age. She asked me to provide the court with the following statement. I spent my entire youth running, hiding, escaping those who would harm me and my family. People such as the defendant, a stranger to me, someone who doesn't know what a fine person I am, wanting to kill me for no reason, but the defendant's deep anger, hatred, inhumanity. He ruined his wife's, and his 5 children's lives, a job well done. I am a survivor twice, and I'm here now taking the opportunity to tell you a few things which I hope will sit in the defendant's mind, heart, and actions for the days the defendant will be separated from society because of his actions and remain behind bars for the rest of his life. On a peaceful day on June 1st, 2025, I awakened, spread my 88-and-a-half-year-old arms to the heavens and said, Anu, Apu, today, it is 80 years to the day that our feet touched the land of justice, freedom, democracy, decency, and humanity. The country that this 8-and-a-half-year-old, where everyone is respected, no matter their color, from where they came, their religion, their age, where we are accepted, we are here like everyone else. My family had been persecuted, gone from one country to the next. Now my parents on that day kissed the American soil. I am one of the injured Jewish peaceful advocates reminding the world of the Jewish hostages kidnapped, kept in dungeons, savagely and inhumanely treated, beaten, threatened by the actions of Hamas in Gaza. I was walking with a picture of a hostage in my town, state, country, where I and others are free to do so without fear of being harmed. The defendant acted violently against peaceful people in his own state of Colorado with no justification, built up a hatred for over a year, wasted his precious days with his family to figure out how to kill, how to hurt, how to take his vengeance, his ignorance, his hatred, which has altered the lives of those whom he targeted, ruined his own life and that of his innocent 5 children and wife. He managed to accomplish this by using a full year of his own life directed at hatred, rather than productive, powerful contributions to his own life and that of the family that he brought to life. The courts have clear descriptions, affidavits, pictures of his brutal actions, as well as the results. What there is no picture of, and is an unfinished record of, is how he robbed his own flesh and blood, his precious children, of the promise of a productive, peaceful, joyful future. His actions in time will fade into the background for most of us 29 injured. There is, however, no replacement for the life of Karen Diamond. His children, however, while he remains incarcerated in a protective environment from the raging public, living out his life in a predictable, though limited space, will carry the scars of his actions, inherit the history they will have to bear as a very heavy weight as they try to make a life for themselves, get educated, try to find opportunities, even make friends. His legacy will weigh them down. That's what he has done to them. This is the result of carrying hate, misunderstanding, cruelty, short-sightedness, inhumanity in his soul, which led to his horrendous pursuit. It is he and his family which will carry the weight of his inhumanity. As for the courts, he is a lucky man. Even though he committed the most heinous of hate crimes, this society was founded on the spirit of decency, human integrity, words that he may not understand or know. Hopefully his family will. He and they are living in a country where the death penalty, cruelty, torture, vengeance, starvation is not how we deal with criminals. He is being treated with something which may be foreign to him, humanity, even after his intention of enormous cruelty in his action which would have led to the death of so many people. He didn't even know these people. Kind, decent, fair, understanding, educated, humane people. People who even now don't seek his death or the suffering of his family. People who understand we are all human, born in the same manner, committed to our Constitution, committed to provide every person, no matter how heinous a crime, justice. We are a country where we try to treat every person humanely with respect, responsibility, and humility. He is a lucky man. He committed this act of horror in the United States of America, where no matter who you are treated like a human being. My hope for the defendant is that he finds opportunities during the rest of his life in prison to teach decency, humanity, and respect to anyone with whom he has contact. My wish for him is that he finds peace inside himself, to understand how the Jewish people have been so horribly treated throughout the centuries. And I am, and my family are, one of the people who've been treated as such for no sound reason, persecuted, resulting in the indescribable cruelty of people such as the defendant. May he understand that others' lives are as precious as his. May he teach that and live that all the years he lives behind bars. No matter what has been done to the Jewish people, Israel is our land. We have an ancient right to occupy it. After thousands of years of persecution, we are here and we will be. And that's from Barbara Steinmetz, Your Honor, and she's watching online.
Thank you.
The next victim, Your Honor, is the victim in count 62, and it's an assault in the third-degree charge. She's asking that she be identified only by her first name, as the court will recall. Her first name is Guadalupe. Guadalupe is in the district attorney's office now, watching online, and she asked me to provide the following written statement. Two things, just to put it in context. The first is that she was working for Boulder County at the time, and I just mentioned that because she alludes to it in her statement. And second, she continues to suffer the physical, mental, and emotional impacts of the trauma the defendant inflicted upon her. So although she's a victim of third-degree assault, you'll see in this reading of the written statement that there's more reference there. I am a Boulder native. It breaks my heart that now I don't see Pearl Street with the same happy vibe as I used to. Due to my first position with the county, I used to walk and eat my lunch at the beautiful view and the green grass where this traumatic event happened. Now I do not even want to be there. I do not like the feeling I had that day. I thought it'd be my last day and could only expect the worst. I blame myself for being there, walking, trying to eat some pizza as I used to do. Life is not the same since. I've learned to be my new me in pain, increased severe depression, and an undetermined chest pain. I have also developed fibromyalgia due to stress from that day. I pray that one day I could be normal again. It seems time has not passed by, and I have vivid dreams, dizzy, afraid, nervous. It has been a while. I can't sleep a full night. I forgive the defendant and pray that I'm healed one day. I am glad every day I'm here, alive every time I see the sun, and to be with my loved ones. And that's from Guadalupe, Your Honor. The next victim, Your Honor, who would like to address the court is Edward Victor. He was a victim of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted first-degree assault. And with the court's permission, Rabbi Mark Salloway is prepared to read Mr. Victor's statement, if that's okay.
Please. Rabbi.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Michael Doherty said, I'm Rabbi Mark Soloway. I'm the rabbi of many of the victims, including Karen Soren Diamond of blessed memory. And this is a statement from Ed Victor. Hi, I'm Ed Victor. Before I tell you how this crime has affected my life, I want you to know who I am. I'm a retired technologist. I'm a husband and parent of two amazing adulting girls. In this next phase of my life, I have found deep purpose in strategic volunteering, working across multiple meaningful projects with Boulder County and beyond it. Before this crime, I was firing on all cylinders. I was present, sharp, and engaged in my community in ways that gave my life both structure and deep meaning. That is who I was when I walked peacefully among others on the Pearl Street Mall to the Boulder County Courthouse when I and others were firebombed on that day, June 1st, 2025. I was not a bystander who watched from a distance. When the attack happened, I was within the chaos. I worked alongside 2 or 3 others to extinguish a woman who was on fire, a woman who would not survive. Once the fire was out, I stayed. I stood and sat with her husband, who was also badly burned, though his own injuries meant nothing to him at that moment. Right then, his wife was everything. There was little I could do, and I've carried that sense of his helplessness with me. Afterwards, I went ambulance by ambulance, learning which hospital each victim was being taken to, and communicated that information back to friends and family who I knew would be desperately trying to find where their loved ones were going. I did all of this as a victim myself, without warning, without training, without choice. In the days and weeks that followed, my body and mind told me the full weight of what I had witnessed. For at least 3 weeks, I could not sleep through the night. I sought support from a psychologist and a body healer, working deliberately to understand myself and calm a mind that had been profoundly shaken. I have become emotionally close to several other survivors, bonds formed again not by choice, but by shared trauma. We carry this together. The cognitive effects have lingered. I need more time to be intentional in my thinking. I have a harder time remembering specific conversations. For someone who built a career and a life on clarity, focus, and engagement, this is a loss that compounds quietly every day. Perhaps the deepest wound is the one that is invisible to everyone surrounding me. My sense of safety in Boulder County in Colorado has been permanently altered. I used to walk into a public event as a contributor and a community member. Now, before I can be either of those things, I ask myself, will there be security? Is security paying attention? Do I know where the exits are? Does the organization running this event have a safety plan? Given the risks I cannot foresee, should I even attend this event? How widely has it been publicized? Who outside the intended audience might have learned about this event? These are not the thoughts of the person I was. They are the thoughts of someone whose sense of safety was taken from them on an ordinary day in a place that should have been among the safest in our county. I did not choose this. It was done to me. I do not come before this court seeking repair or reparations from the defendant. What was taken from me and from all of us cannot be returned by any sentence or any payment. What I ask instead is this, that our legal and governing institutions make it unmistakably clear how much they value every member of this community, that they commit in word and in action to building and protecting a community where all people feel welcome and safe, not just today, but in perpetuity. That is what the victim who died deserved. That is what her husband and her family deserve. That is what every person walking peacefully that day deserves. And this is what our community deserves. I ask this court to honor that commitment through the weight of its judgment. Thank you. And again, that was a statement by Ed Victor. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me read it.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Rahel Alpern was a victim of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted first degree assault, and she was, based on her age, an at-risk victim on the day of the defendant's attack. She's here in court, and she's asked me to read her statement to the court. The 1st of June 2025 was a sunny and balmy day, the kind of day when one feels grateful to be alive, to feel the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze, to be among friends, to be surrounded by the beauty of nature and the elegant historic structures built to serve everyone. It was a place where we gathered every Sunday for over a year and a half, a place where we felt safe. Then a sharp and loud sound, screams of shock and pain, a fireball no more than 2 feet away, and flames licking my open shoes as if desperately trying to reach the hem of my dress. They did not. It was the dress that saved me from being burned. It did not save me, though, from the less visible injuries. The petite, fragile, elderly woman who just minutes before stood a couple feet behind me lay on the ground, engulfed in flames from head to toe. There was nothing to smother or extinguish the flames with. Still, some tried with their bare hands. I looked for water. There was none. So I, a physician who helped so many in my 53 years of medicine, stood there helplessly, watching her burn, knowing she would not survive. And I watched him as he stood there, just feet away, menacing, threatening, gripping bottles of clear fluid in his fist, a sense of fear, sorrow, and helplessness I had not experienced before. The sight of the woman in flames did not leave me for months. It was there when I was awake. It was there when I was asleep, when I ate, cooked, walked, spoke with friends and family. Wherever I was, whatever I was engaged in, I saw the petite, fragile woman in flames. I heard the screams of people around me. Nor did the sight of his menacing presence leave me yet, nor the fear that comes with it. Nearly a year later, while these sights and sounds have partially receded, I have been left with a profound susceptibility to other traumas related to this event. For 2 months over the winter, a constant sense of panic left me unable to fill my lungs with air, as if each breath was to be the last one. The consequences to my health have significantly impaired my everyday life. My 2 adult sons, my closest family, have had to bear the brunt of my trauma. While these were my personal experiences from this brutal attack, the first documented case when Jews were set on fire in an open public space reverberated across the Jewish community in this city, in this county, and across the world. As if in front of our eyes, our institutions are being set aflame, our schools razed with machine gun fire, our people gunned down at beach picnics and knifed on the way to prayers on a daily basis somewhere. Social ostracism and exclusion rampant in the academia, arts, and media affect us in ways that are both personal and community-wide. It all weighs on me, even more for having been so brutally attacked. It weighs on all of us. Yes, we are resilient, but let not our resilience become a justification for personal and public indifference and complacency. First and foremost, we look to the justice system not to be indifferent. So I'm looking to you, Your Honor, to be mindful not only of the victims in front of you, but also the many thousands who face with apprehension the increasingly dangerous and lonely times ahead. And that's from Ms. Halpern, Your Honor. Gavin Ori Gartner and Callie Gartner would like to address the court directly, Your Honor. They were both victims of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted first degree assault, and with the court's permission, I'll call them up now.
Thanks. Mr. Gardner, Ms. Gardner.
When I married into the Gartner family, I won the lottery. Not only did I get an amazing husband, but also a new set of parents, my in-laws, Rick and Haya Gartner. Imagine having in-laws who are so supportive, loving, and accepting, open to everyone. If I ever have anything to ask of them, the answer is always yes. I was not born or raised Jewish, and I haven't converted. I'm not Jewish. But I have been so touched by how welcoming this family and the Jewish community is, open to sharing holidays, history, culture, and ideas. And these things have become part of the fabric of our lives. Joining the Run for Our Lives walks in Boulder was a way to show our Israeli family we won't forget about the hostages and the difficult times they are all facing. For Ori and I, it was also a way to show Rick and Haya that we care about a cause that is so important to them, to show up for this very worthy cause in a peaceful way that hopes to raise awareness. On June 1st, 2025, our Run for Their Lives group was smaller than usual. Many were out of town. It was a truly lovely Boulder afternoon, perfect weather, the sky, the grass, and the flowers and the banners on the mall were Technicolor bright. The beauty and community of the Pearl Street Mall was on full display. For me, when the attack happened, it was like in the movies. Everything went slow motion. Sound got muffled. I completely lost track of where everyone was, except me and my own body. When I remember what I remember and what I see in videos doesn't jibe. I can see why memory is sometimes unreliable. Our brains protect us from reality. Before the attack, I only knew a few of the other walkers, mostly because Haya talks to everyone, makes introductions and starts conversations. She is a true connector. Getting to know the other survivors after the attack has been a blessing. I see their faces in the videos. People I know pretty well now, but I didn't know at all that day. When I met them after the attack, many weren't even familiar to me, these dear people that I cherish so much now. In getting to know them, I see how differently this event has impacted each of them. I'm so lucky. We, my family, are so lucky to be where we are in our lives. But many in our group were dealing with their own trauma that preceded the event, and I see the pain amplified in their eyes, in their demeanor. I see the healing happening so slowly that I'm not sure it's progressing at all. I hear that after this experience, I should learn to be more aware of my surroundings, more suspicious of everything. I've attended safety awareness trainings, watched videos about situational awareness, and I've heard my dear, sweet father-in-law, Rick, say that he should have known. He should have been more attentive and suspicious. It pains me so much to think he carries any guilt or sense of responsibility for any of this. That's no way to live, suspicious and on high alert, living in fear. It's what terrorism is about. It wins when you lose your freedom to your fear, and it doesn't have to injure or kill to win. So I'm refusing to live in fear. My family, 4 of whom were there that day in that small group of less than 30, was so fortunate to sustain no physical injuries. We feel blessed that this awful event brought so many cherished people into our orbits. We know that we are recovering from this more quickly and more easily than so many in our group, but also we are incredibly, statistically lucky that not one of the 4 of us was injured or killed, and how awful that so many had to experience that, and how awful to feel fortunate when someone else is suffering. While we were on Pearl Street Mall on June 1st, my only daughter, Rick and Haya's oldest granddaughter, was at a birthday party. I'm thankful every day that the defendant was, for all the harm he wrought, so inept. In a year of planning in a place where we somehow think that just about anyone has a right to have a gun, where loopholes to obtaining a gun are a mile wide, he couldn't figure out how to acquire one. Because if he had, I have no doubt that the bottom would have fallen out of my daughter's life that day. I literally don't know where she would have slept that night, or who would have known where to find her to deliver the news that every adult in her life is gone. Imagining the weeks and months that would follow for her are just too painful. For each of the four of us, our in case of emergency contact and our secondary contact was there that day. Any of the four of us would protect her with our lives. But what if she lost all four of us? If she was eating birthday cake far away from the danger? And if even one of us had been injured or killed, it would have been totally different. And I know we'd all be suffering in a much bigger way. So maybe this isn't a very good impact statement. We didn't suffer any physical injury. We didn't have any financial loss. We're each dealing with the emotional impact together. Our gratitude amplified for our family and the community we've gained. Individually, we are each dealing in our own way. But the harm this man wreaked on our group is enormous. His intent to do so much more damage. For those he did injure and kill, the impact fans out to their loved ones and their own community. And he has shattered the lives of his own family, this selfish, foolish, wicked man. If he'd been successful, it's my daughter, the most precious person in my world, who would have borne the most impact in our family. And for that, I am tremblingly, breathlessly furious. His penalty should account for his intent. I'm grateful to the court for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Ori Gartner, and I was there on June 1st. The defendant's actions on June 1st, 2025, have caused great pain, both personally and in our community. For me, the mirage of Boulder being a haven from the troubles of the world has been broken. I will never forget the immense heat from the flames of the Molotov cocktail on my back. When I'm alone and close my eyes, I can vividly see Karen's body in flames as I bend over, fruitlessly trying to stamp them out. And just as I think they are, they somehow rekindle. Each time I pass a gas station, that stench of gasoline is a reminder of the singed nose hairs and the burnt flesh from that day. Pearl Street, one of the most joyous places on earth, with its shops, its restaurants, children playing in the fountain, and buskers making people laugh, is now a place where I struggle to hold back tears. Even when I'm not on Pearl Street, just simply being in public among strangers, which should be the most natural human thing we can do, is difficult. I want to trust people. I want to assume that humankind is good by its nature, and I want to assume positive intent in all. Yet I now doubt myself at times and look around questioning if someone is out there contemplating hurting me, or worse, someone I love, simply because of who I am. No one should have a feeling of fear of being in public, yet I now do. Perhaps most of all, I now have and carry with me a deep sadness inside, ever since the defendant's actions on Sunday, June 1st. A sadness for Karen and her family, a sadness for all those hurt that day, a sadness for our community, and a sadness for the defendant's wife and children. This sadness hurts. It aches every day. I ask why, for what? I live without an answer. May Karen's memory be a blessing. And thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to share.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as Mr. Gartner and Ms. Gartner mentioned, they had other family members there that day. They're not named victims in the case because of where they were positioned when things happened, But as the court is aware, what the defendant did that day traumatized and harmed so many people, including their family members, including Rick Gartner, who's here in court today. And that trauma is something he has to carry with him for the rest of his life. And in a little while, I'll be showing you a photo of the group that was taken right before the attack by the defendant began. Rick was the person taking that photograph. And he's here today, not only in support of the victims, but really as a victim himself as well. People like him, people like Gary Kornfeld, others who aren't named victims, live with the trauma and the burden that the defendant inflicted upon the named victims and the entire Jewish community that day. The next named victim who would like to address the court is Jean Unger. She's a victim of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted first degree assault. And with the court's permission, I'll call Jean Unger up now.
Ms. Unger, thank you.
My name is Jean Unger, and I was present during the June 1st attack on our group Run for Their Lives in front of the courthouse on Pearl Street in Boulder. Why was I there? Because I walked with the group every Sunday for over 2.5 years while hostages remained in Gaza, stolen from their homes in Israel on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas and other Gazans who participated in the atrocities of that day. Run for Their Lives provided a place where those who were suffering from the events of October 7th could gather in community and walk in solidarity with the hostages and their families, and yes, for some of us, in support of Israel, our beloved homeland. It was a priority, and I made sure no matter what was going on or where I was, I walked. I have been horrified by the world's reaction since October 7th, and Boulder was no exception. This town that many of us moved to long ago for its liberal values, tolerance, and its welcoming, peaceful character has changed. Many said, how could this happen here? But I didn't ask that question. I knew it could happen here. Every week, we walked in the face of hateful, unwarranted, and accusatory insults, piercing us like daggers as we called out the hostages' names for those on Pearl Street to hear. I so clearly remember a pretty young woman in a flowy mini dress running towards us and screaming, "You're all old and ugly, baby killers, free Palestine," as though she had all the freedom and power in the world to denigrate us and be cruel. Her audacity and arrogance struck me and remained just one of the countless images that sticks in my mind from our walks. Nothing about our walks was contentious, or nothing should have been, but the fact that we have connections and a love for the nation of Israel is enough to provoke anger, vitriol, and finally, violence of the worst kind. Before each walk, people new to the group were asked to introduce themselves. That's when I saw Karen Diamond for the first time. I called out, asking her to tell us her name. She seemed a bit shy about sharing, and I spent the entire walk preoccupied with remorse for putting her on the spot and planning to apologize to her. But alas, I never got the opportunity because when the Molotov cocktails landed, it was Karen, the first-time participant in Run for Their Lives, who bore the worst brunt of the flames. So the next time I saw Karen, she was lying on the ground, engulfed in flames, with people surrounding her and doing everything in their power to extinguish the flames and help. That image is embedded in all of our brains forever. I haven't forgotten the events of that day. I remember clearly the delay I experienced in reacting to what had just happened, watching people fall on the ground with flames leaping up their legs, feeling the heat on my ankles, smelling the smoke, and finally jumping into action, running across the street to find water. I browsed the storefronts on Pearl Street and debated who would give me water, who didn't hate us, and ran into Falafel King. I knew we had support from the Israeli owner there, and I am grateful. His staff helped get their heavy container of drinking water to the spot where Karen lay. Then I sat helplessly for what seemed like an eternity until the various forms of help that we so desperately needed arrived. The terrorist, shirtless, you've seen the images, was still hysterically yelling at us and another man who I assumed was a friend of his. I was a bit hysterical myself, wondering why was this person still freely here, threatening us? Where were the police? Where was the fire department? Where were the paramedics? Bystanders watched while heroic members of our group put the flames out. Eventually, I perched on the ground with Barbara, whose feet and ankles had been burned, stroked her head, and tried to soothe her while we waited. Her daughter on the ground across from us, also burned. When she was escorted to the ambulance, I walked away from the scene with others who were asked to wait and provide a statement to the police, which I never did because it seemed more urgent to get home, where my husband was waiting for me, concerned because I had left my phone in the car for the first time ever and hadn't been in touch. I attempted to walk back to my car, but the streets were closed off. So when I ran into my close friend Ed, I stood on the street with him, both of us not knowing what to say or do next as people passed by as though it was a normal Sunday in June. Did this day traumatize me? Perhaps, but for me, the trauma has been cumulative since experiencing the world's wrath and anger towards Jews, Zionists, and Israel after the events of October 7th. The betrayal by people who I thought shared my life view and my morals is palpable. The immediate reaction before any strikes were made in Gaza, supporting the atrocities and dancing in the streets in the name of Free Palestine at a time when I fully expected the masses to be with us, that has traumatized me. And June 1st exacerbated that. An outpouring of support on June 8th at the Boulder Jewish Festival ended, and since then I have witnessed more outrage and concern for the perpetrator's detained family than I have for the victims of this heinous act. In the misconstrued name of justice, the masses seem to be more concerned with who they deem as victims than they are with the actual victims, like the widespread support for terrorists over the murdered, mutilated, and raped victims of the October 7th atrocities. The trauma for me manifests as anger and a loss of trust. I no longer assume my neighbor is my friend. I no longer take my safety for granted. And I no longer display my Judaism without the understanding that I may get a violent reaction from people whose paths I cross while wearing my Star of David proudly, because I am proud. I am so damn proud of my people and those of us who walked every week in the face of animosity and cruelty and a level of arrogance and faulty righteousness that I have yet to see in my lifetime. This man is just one tiny speck of a man who wants to see Jews killed and Israel destroyed. Him ending up in Boulder was not shocking or unexpected to me. It was a wake-up call to us that this is happening everywhere, and no one is immune. We have paid a huge price, the biggest price, for being proudly who we are. Thank you for this opportunity to express myself.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Police Chief Stephen Redfern of the Boulder Police Department has asked for an opportunity to just briefly address the court.
Chief Redfern.
Good morning, Chief Judge. My name is Stephen Redfern, and I serve as the police chief here in the city of Boulder. I'd like to share a few thoughts with the court today about the large impact that this defendant's actions on June 1st had on everyone involved, and request that you impose the maximum sentence possible for each count. Prior to June 1st, I had responded and been involved in 3 mass shootings in my career, and they have all left trauma that will never heal. Sadly, as we know, in Boulder, no community is immune from mass shootings, and we train for and are not surprised when they occur. What I can tell you is that no training can prepare any first responder for seeing the kind of trauma and injuries that this person caused on June 1st. Our officers, firefighters, and medical personnel rushed to the scene that day not knowing what they would encounter, and they did exactly as they were trained, bringing order to chaos, aiding the injured, and swiftly arresting the coward that perpetrated this act. Some of them are in attendance with me today. While clearly the priority in any case like this are the victims, their families, and those whom we lost. But I'm here today to share the far-reaching impact that this defendant's actions caused that extended far beyond the people that this man specifically targeted. It's been said about first responders that they signed up for this when talking about the impact that cases like this have. But as someone who's done this job for a long time, I can tell you that nothing can prepare any of us for seeing what our folks saw that day. In no world does anyone sign up to see women, innocent people set on fire and burned. The actions of this guy affected each one of us that responded that day deeply. And like the victims and their families, we will all have to live with the memories of this day for the rest of our lives. In a community that saw 2 mass violence attacks in just 4 years, I cannot understate just how much the intentional actions of this guy upon our beautiful community had on everyone. We continue to have to provide additional staffing for events and have snipers and SWAT officers present just so people can celebrate, worship, and gather in public places. It shouldn't be like this. But because of people like him, it's our sad reality. Additionally, in a time of crisis like that day in June, money is the least of our concern. But I also can share with you that the actions of this defendant had a devastating effect on budget and resources. We will never complain about working overtime to keep this community safe, and we will always find ways to do what we need to do to keep them safe. But it's hard not to be angry when I think about the other programs and opportunities in our city that suffered because of the money and resources that had to be redirected solely because of him. I've been involved in nearly every type of case throughout my almost 30 years in this profession, and there have been times when I supported leniency for a defendant based upon the circumstances of a case. Your Honor, this is not that case, and he is not that defendant. I've seen very few defendants that deserve the harshest of penalties as much as he does. While we sadly couldn't prevent his hate-fueled actions that day, a message can be sent today, Your Honor. I urge you to send a strong message. Not only a message to him that he has demonstrated he should never be a free man again, but a message to anyone else that might think they can come to our community and cause harm, that they won't win. We will not only come together and persevere over hate, but we will hold those who harm others accountable and ensure that they can never harm another soul. Your Honor, please give this defendant the maximum sentence for each count. Thank you for allowing me to address the court.
Thank you, Chief.
Your Honor, I have a sentencing presentation to make on behalf of the people, and I have a PowerPoint if I could show it as I go through my remarks. While that's getting set up, I do just want to mention for the court that the Boulder Fire Chief, Michael Calderazzo, is also here in court. He's not going to address the court right now, but I just want to acknowledge that he's here on behalf of the members of the fire department and other first responders who bravely and courageously rushed to the rescue of the victims in our community at that time. And he's also here in support of the victims as well. It's hard to capture the pain and the terror and the trauma that the defendant inflicted. But I think what the court's heard today really does all that and more, and highlights what an incredible group of people, completely innocent people, that the defendant attacked on June 1st, 2025. And in their remarks, you hear themes about the impact and the trauma, but you also do hear resilience and strength and courage and even forgiveness, which is remarkable. It truly is remarkable. Their words are more powerful than anything I'm about to say, period. But I'm going to ask the court to consider some of the things I'm going to touch on, because at the end of it, I'm going to ask you to impose the maximum sentence allowed under law for each and every count. So there are a couple things that I'll emphasize as I go through this. First, just starting with the defendant's actions. If this case had gone to trial, we would have to prove the defendant acted with intent. And this is one of those cases where that would have been incredibly easy because of the outstanding work by law enforcement in the investigation. But it also revealed that this wasn't just intentional, it was planned and premeditated for months and months and months leading up to the attack. Unlike other murder cases that we handle in this courthouse, this is one that defendant thought about not just for seconds, not just for minutes or hours, but for months. It was also incredibly brutal. I can't think of another case where a defendant set people on fire to try to kill them. It's hard to grasp what that thought was for the defendant, what that plan was for the defendant, and what the pain was for the victims. But to set them on fire is incredibly brutal and monstrous. He had, to Ms. Gardner's point, he had tried to obtain a gun in the Colorado Springs area where he was living with his family. He even went through a course with the sheriff's office down there. Both times his attempt to get a firearm was denied. And she's right to point to that with some sense of thanks because of the other people who could have been killed if he in fact got his hands on a gun. But rather than be dissuaded from coming up to Boulder and killing people, he decided to set them on fire. And I'm struck by something the chief of police just said because it's something that I was going to emphasize. This is a cowardly act. You look at the harm he inflicted, the people he hurt, Karen Diamond, who he killed, and in some ways you think, wow, this guy's a monster. And what he did was certainly monstrous, but it was also so cowardly. Regardless of his motivation, which was inexcusable and outrageous, regardless of what he had going on in his mind, to show up and attack people who were standing outside the Boulder courthouse in a peaceful gathering, walking in the middle of the day, that is beyond anything cowardly. That's the word. What he did was incredibly harmful and deadly, but also cowardly. And the location here matters because in 2025, at the start of Pride Month, the Boulder County Courthouse was recognized as a national landmark because years earlier it had been the site of the first same-sex marriage license being issued by Cleela Rorex, who was the county clerk at the time. And it's incredible to me that that place that has stood for equality and justice and is now a national historic landmark for those reasons was used as the target for this guy's attack. It also matters not only for what that building symbolizes, but what that building serves as for so many people. So in fact, I have on the screen the invitation for May 30th, that Friday, which was a celebration and a ceremony to honor the Boulder County Courthouse becoming a National Historic Landmark. People gathered there that day, and you'll see in the picture I'm about to show you the pride flag hanging outside the courthouse. People were gathering there on May 30th to celebrate equality and justice and to use the courthouse for what it stands for, which is a better world for justice and for the rule of law. And he used it as a place to carry out the most horrific attack, and an attack that ended Karen Diamond's life and forever altered the lives of so many others. The location matters because just a week later, on June 8th, 2025, the Boulder Jewish Festival was going to and did in fact take place. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. But this was a location that Boulder County uses to gather and celebrate diversity, equality, and justice. This guy, he used it as a place to attack and carry out the most horrific act possible for the most outrageous, anti-Semitic act of terror and hate that one could ever imagine. This is a picture of the victims and others shortly before the defendant began his attack. And when I say cowardly, it's because what I see in this picture. You have people in shorts and sneakers, signs, someone's in a wheelchair, there's a kid there. The defendant chose this group to attack. They were completely defenseless. They are strong and they are resilient, but no one ever would have been prepared for what this defendant was going to do. He, however, was very prepared, and he had planned for it over time. And this is a timeline just from the hours and couple days surrounding the attack. So you see on the screen there on May 30th, he had obtained the sprayer from Home Depot. Now, the backpack sprayer that he obtained was part of the disguise he was going to use to get close to his targets, his victims. He dressed up as someone and purported to be someone who was going to engage in gardening on Pearl Street. So some of these steps he took was an effort to disguise himself so that he can get as close as possible to the victims and inflict maximum possible harm on the victims. And that was on May 30th. June 1st at 7:30 and 7:44, he purchased a funnel, Sharpies, and the scissors at Walmart. He then goes on to Home Depot at 8:39, and now he's making his way to Boulder. And he obtains flowers from Home Depot. Then he's driving to Boulder, and he arrives around 12:32. And in the moment, I'm going to show the court the photo of him walking to the attack site. And that photo was taken at 1:09. The initial 911 call was made and Boulder PD dispatched at 1:26 and 1:27 p.m. And 3 to 4 minutes later, the first officers, including Officer Mastriona, who was indeed a hero on this day, and other officers arrived. And the fire department arrived just 2 minutes after them at 1:32. And then the court can see when AMR, which is the paramedics that Boulder County contracted with at the time, or the city of Boulder contracted with at the time, when they responded after fire and police had already been on scene, taking the defendant into custody and treating the victims. I share this timeline with you for 2 reasons. First, because it shows that on May 30th, he is carrying out the steps to try to kill as many people as possible at a gathering in Boulder. But it starts much earlier than that. And the reason I stress that it started much earlier than that is because a year earlier, the defendant had decided he wanted to carry out this type of attack. A year. And during the course of that year, he tried to obtain the gun. He went through a course with the sheriff's office to try to get a gun. And as Ms. Gartner pointed out, if he had been successful in those efforts, think about the damage, the harm, and the murder he would have inflicted. And because he couldn't do that, he decided to do the next worst thing, which was set everybody on fire. In this audio clip that I'm about to play, he talks about it. And I'm going to play the clip for the court, and then I'm going to highlight a couple things in this audio clip. This worked earlier, Your Honor. I apologize.
I am a Uber driver. I was working normally. I just was waiting. I planned for this from a year ago, more than 1 year. But I have a daughter, she was in high school. And she's wants to continue education. So I was waiting for her to finish. She just finished last Thursday. And it was by myself, nothing else. I was working last night. I just drove to the Target Center, buy some glasses, buy them fuel, and fill it, that's it. I tried to send a message.
Your Honor, in that clip, you can hear him say that he'd been planning to do it for a year. And it's a little difficult to hear what he says next, but he's referring to his daughter who is in high school and waiting for her to graduate before carrying out this attack. That's important because it highlights the level of preparation and thought and intention that he put into this. It also highlights something that I think warrants a maximum sentence, because throughout this entire statement that he gave to the detectives, the only times he cries, as you heard just then, is when he's talking about his own family. When he talks about setting these people on fire, he doesn't shed a single tear. He doesn't say a single thing. There's no emotion. He's just cold. He's cold the entire time and has been ever since he decided to carry this out, up to and including today. So he cries in these clips that we have where he talks about his family and the impact on them and waiting for his daughter to graduate from high school. Well, he has a daughter who, if someday she goes on to college and people ask, what does your dad do? The answer is going to be, he's in prison for the rest of his life for setting Jewish people on fire. That's the legacy he's leaving. But it's the only time that he shows any emotion in this entire interview. And since the very beginning is when it's about himself and his own family, not about the victims, not about his actions. I'm going to go through the next couple photos pretty quickly. This is receipts from Walmart where he's buying the supplies for that day, including the funnels to pour gasoline that he's buying on the way to Boulder. He's putting them in gas containers that I'll show the court in a moment. And he's putting them then into glass bottles to create Molotov cocktails. And into the sprayer that he had. Sprayers that he was going to carry in his hands and also wear on his back. This is him purchasing the materials, checking out, walking out of the store, continuing on his way. And this next picture really captures the defendant's planning and intent better than anything else that I could show the court or tell the court. This is a picture from the east side of the Boulder County Courthouse. It's a camera that's focused on the ballot box there. And you see the defendant on the right-hand side of the ballot box walking, carrying his gardening supplies and wearing his gardening outfit. This is the disguise that he came up with because he was worried that people on Pearl Street would otherwise see him carrying things and alert the police. This is the lengths he went to make sure he could get as close as possible to the victims who were gathering that day for the walk. And for him to carry out an anti-Semitic attack of terror and hate, he planned to get as close as possible to as many people as he possibly could. This is where he puts the things down behind the tree on the east side of the courthouse, and I'll come back to this in just a moment. There are photos and videos of the attack. And there's photos and video of people on fire, including Karen Diamond. And then we have the photos from Karen Diamond's autopsy. I'm not going to show any of those today. These people have lived with and are living with enough trauma. But the evidence in this case is overwhelming because it shows in those photos and videos the defendant carrying out this attack and then continuing to yell and act in a brazen, monstrous manner to all the victims and everyone gathered there. And indeed, they were scrambling to try to figure out how to put out the people who were on fire, how to just extinguish the flames that were eating away at their body and ultimately killed Karen Diamond. So I will not show any of the photos and the videos of the attack itself. This is an overhead shot of the Boulder County Courthouse after the attack. This next photo is closer up, and you could see the burn marks scorched on the pavement there from where people laid while on fire. And you see on the left-hand side of the burn mark in the middle of the walkway, clothing that had been stripped away by Boulder police officers, firefighters, and paramedics as they tried to treat and rescue the people there. And you see the pride flag I referenced hanging from the front of the courthouse, where the courthouse just 2 days earlier had been celebrated as a place of equality and justice, and now is a place of terror and fear and death. This is that picture again of them outside the courthouse. There were other people there that day. I mentioned Rick Gartner and Gary Kornfeld, who were impacted by this. But indeed, it impacted the entire Jewish community. That's why we have hate crime laws, because it's not just the attack upon the victim, it's the attack upon the victim's entire group, their identity, and their community. To say this had a ripple effect would be an understatement. To say this was the first attack on Jewish community members would also be a false statement. The district attorney's office and the Boulder Police Department have a really strong partnership and working relationship with the Jewish Community Center in Boulder. But that relationship was born out of acts like this one. Before I even became district attorney in 2018, they were the source of attacks against Jewish community members and against the Jewish Community Center. And that has continued on. This is not an isolated act. This is an act committed by a defendant who believed what he was doing in trying to kill these people and in killing Karen Diamond was somehow justified. And I'm going to ask you to impose the maximum sentence that he and everyone else that might feel, think, or act the same way recognize that this is actually outrageous, unacceptable conduct that we will never tolerate in any community, let alone this community. I do choose to focus also on the response of the individuals who were there, the first responders, and the community members. And I do that partly to highlight we're here because of what the defendant did. But today, I also want to lift up the victims and recognize the tremendous response that was brought forward after he, one person, committed a senseless, horrific, tragic attack that hurt so many people, beyond just the 29 victims, beyond also Jackson, beyond all the people in the Jewish community and the Boulder community as a whole and all across Colorado and the world. I could spend all day talking about his actions, but I do want to talk about how we shouldn't be defined by the acts of one person, but by the good of the many who responded and helped that day. This is what was waiting if there wasn't a response by the victims to call 911, if there weren't good Samaritans who came to their aid. There were 16 Molotov cocktails in this bin that were waiting to be used by the defendant. And you think about the harm he could have inflicted on the community, how many people he could have hurt, how many others would have been killed, but for the courage and the strength of the people who were there and the rapid response by the Boulder Police Department and other first responders. These are all filled with flammable fluid and ready to go. The court should impose the maximum sentence because of what he did, but I'm going to ask you to impose the maximum sentence for what he planned to do. He was ready to hurt and kill so many more people. He just didn't get the opportunity to do it. These are the gas tanks that he had in his car that were found by law enforcement in conducting the search after the attack took place. And I'll talk about the first responders here because Officer Mastriona and others from the Boulder Police Department responded with incredible courage and took the defendant into custody. And members of the Boulder Fire Department did everything they could along with the paramedics who arrived shortly thereafter. It was the middle of the day on June 1st, and it was a beautiful day. And as Mr. Gartner said, it was on Pearl Street. It's just an incredible place. People gather there, tourists go there. It's a place for families to gather. There's the fountain area right there where kids go all summer long to jump through the water. And it became a nightmare for everyone because it's what he created. And it could have been so much worse except for the first responders. And the defendant's conduct was almost the equivalent of a bomb going off. And people, when bombs go off, usually run the other way. The first responders here, as they do and have had to do too many times in Boulder, ran towards it. And that's the only reason it wasn't even worse. And I have great respect for the courage and the response by all the first responders who came to the aid. That also includes, though, the work by Detective Tuck, Detective Bando, for the work they did, along with federal, state, and local partners. The response to this from all the agencies, federal, state, and local, is exactly what it should be. Working in collaboration, working together to make sure the defendant was brought to justice and that indeed an overwhelming case was presented for us to prosecute. And that's what I want to turn to next as I talk with the court about the response. This is from the Boulder Jewish Festival 1 week later. Every year, the Boulder Jewish Festival attracts hundreds of people, and it's a wonderful celebration. And they have booths there, and people mingle about all throughout the day. Hundreds of people every year. This year, 2025, There were thousands. It's not just the response by law enforcement and paramedics. It's the response by Colorado as a community that I look to. The thousands of people who came out to support the Jewish community and support this community after another time of horror and pain and murder had been inflicted. This is the picture we should remember, because this is thousands of people coming in response to the terror that one man, this guy, unleashed. You've heard enough from the victims. I don't have to address the trauma and pain that they've inflicted. I would just emphasize for the court, it did ripple far beyond the people who are listed as victims in this case, and it affected an entire community. So I turn now to ask the court to consider for the purposes of sentencing, and I have the statute on the screen, and the court's well familiar with it, of course. I'm just going to touch on a couple pieces for the court to consider from the people's perspective. The first is to punish a convicted offender by assuring the imposition of a sentence he deserves in relation to the seriousness of his offense. I would also ask the court to consider under subsection C to prevent crime and promote respect for the law. And it talks about deterrence. That's a particularly important point as we consider what message the community and the country takes from the sentencing of this defendant for the acts he committed, which were inexcusable and outrageous and anti-Semitic and hate-filled. Also, to address the defendant's individual characteristics. And when I look at this phrase in this case, it has a different meaning to me than it does in other cases. Because this is a case where the defendant planned to do this for a year, and took very deliberate steps to be able to carry it out. And I think that's the reason he deserves the maximum sentence on every count. And then this last point is something I want to take a moment to talk about, which is to promote acceptance of responsibility and accountability. Normally, when there's a guilty plea, I would stand here and say the defendant's accepting responsibility. I'm not going to say that today. That's not how I view this. The defendant, in that interview clip that I played for the court, said he was trying to send a message. And that's why he came to Boulder County with firebombs. That's why he killed Karen Diamond. That's why he hurt and tried to kill so many other people. I think this is a little different. I think what we have here is two things. But it's not an acceptance of responsibility. Because if you were accepting responsibility, there'd be contrition, there'd be sorrow, there'd be an apology. That might happen today, but I'm not holding my breath. Law enforcement presented an overwhelming case in terms of the strength of the case. If this case had gone to trial, there is no doubt in any world that he would have been found guilty of all or nearly all of the charges, given the work that law enforcement put into this case and what they presented. And there was no evidence whatsoever from the very beginning of the case and all the work that the detectives did and the FBI did that the defendant had acted with anybody else or was supported by anybody else, or that he had any mental health issues either. There was no defense in this case. So I view this more as a surrender to the strength of the evidence than an acceptance of responsibility. Because I've never once seen contrition or any sense of remorse. And to the extent he's doing it because he has a pending federal case, and I can't speak to that, but to the extent that's a factor, that's him looking out for his own self-interest. That's not him accepting responsibility. That's him doing it because we have an incredibly strong case because of the work of law enforcement, and he has the federal case to still contend with. That's not an acceptance of responsibility. So yes, he's pleading guilty. And yes, that's why we're here. And the defendant's pleading guilty to all charges. There's no plea offer, there's no plea agreement. He's pleading guilty to all the charges, and that's the right thing. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But I also view this as so important for the victims. So I do view this guilty plea, and I would suggest to the court that this guilty plea to every charge and your sentencing of the defendant is the best possible outcome in the most horrific case possible, because it saves them from having to go through the trial. It saves them from having to see those photos and the videos that we have as evidence. It saves them from the emotional trauma and impact. And for that, there should be thanks. But it's not a thanks to him. It's a thanks for the other reasons that he's pleading guilty. This is the right outcome, and this is justice. But he deserves no credit whatsoever for this case ending today, as opposed to it ending with guilty verdicts in July. These are the sentencing ranges, and the court's already hit on these, so I won't dwell on it. Just a couple things that I'll mention. For murder in the first degree, the only sentence available to the court is life without the possibility of parole. And there were 2 counts of murder in the first degree as to Karen Diamond. There were 29 victims in this case, plus the dog, Jackson. But I want to pause for a moment and just want to talk about Karen Diamond, if I may. By all accounts, she was an incredible, wonderful, energetic woman, a great wife, mother, and grandmother. And from her family, we have learned so much about her, and it would have been a privilege to meet her. She's the one victim the court cannot hear from today because the defendant killed her. There's some age at which, to me, that someone earns the right to die a peaceful death. And instead, the defendant subjected Karen Diamond to the worst possible death ever. To be burned alive and to survive for weeks and to fight bravely to try to live for her husband, for her sons, their wives, and her grandkids. And the fact that Andrew and Ethan talked about how she lived those last days with incredible compassion and courage says so much about her. But her death, her murder, says so much about him. And on each one of these charges, and this is why the people insisted that he plead guilty to every charge, each one of these charges, the defendant should be sentenced to the maximum sentence allowed under law. And yes, he's getting life without the possibility of parole for killing Karen Diamond. But the court heard about the impact that his crimes had on everybody there that day, on each one of the victims. And that's why I'm going to ask the court to reflect in the sentences for each one of these charges the harm that he caused to each one of those victims. So life without the possibility of parole should be followed by consecutive maximum sentences on each one of the charges, because those sentences matter. They matter to the victims. They matter because it's justice. They matter to the broader community that looks at this case and says, what does the justice system do in response to the most horrific hate crime, the most horrific murder, the most heinous act that anyone could ever commit against another human being, against a group of human beings? Justice requires him being sentenced to the maximum for each and every charge. Today's guilty plea to every charge and the sentence the court is about to impose is justice in the criminal case. But it'll never bring back Karen Diamond. It'll never fill the void that her family has to live with for the rest of their lives. These wonderful, innocent people will have to live what he did for the rest of their lives. But I'm asking the court to let them live with the memory that this system, this state, responded and gave them justice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Counsel, I'm going to take another brief break, and then I'll turn the proceedings over to the defense. Let's take 15 minutes again, which would bring us back here at about 12:15. We're in recess until then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There are no words that can change the horrific events or the deep grief the Diamond family, the other victims, and our community suffered from Mr. Soliman's actions. Simply put, our client felt overwhelmed by the suffering in the world, and he acted on that impulse. But his actions caused even more suffering. We are deeply, deeply sorry. Our hope is that his acceptance of responsibility and agreement to serve a life sentence without the possibility of release will help bring finality to these legal proceedings for the grievously harmed. Mr. Soliman would like to make a statement at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Soliman, you are welcome to address the court. Will you do it in English or in Arabic?
I prefer in Arabic, and I don't know, I need to be close with them, or they be close to me?
We can hear from you.
Yep, and I just want to make sure that we can hear them on the WebEx and the live stream through the microphone.
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
with the interpreters.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Soliman.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be with you.
أحييكم جميعا بتحية الإسلام. السيدة القاضية، السادة المحامين، السادة الحضور، الضحايا وعائلاتهم.
I greet everybody, the Islamic greeting to the judges, the attorneys, the families of the victims.
أرغب في البداية التأكيد على أن ما قمت به ليس من تعاليم الإسلام.
I would like to express to the court and ensure the court what I have done is not from the teaching of Islam.
بدلا من أن أكون ضوء في عالم مليء بالظلام،
Instead of being a darkness in a world that is full of darkness,
بدلا من أكون ضوء منير في عالم مليء بالظلام،
rather than being a light in a world that is full of darkness,
كنت منقادا أو خضعت لرغبتي في الانتقام أو عدم القدرة على التحكم في غضبي.
I went through doing revenge rather than controlling my emotions.
أبدأ كلمتي بالاعتذار أولاً.
I want to begin first and show my apology.
بعد أن اعترفت بالذنب وأظهرت رغبتي في تحمل المسؤولية الكاملة لما قمت به.
After I pled guilty and wanted to show that I take full responsibility for my actions,
فكل كلماتي من قلبي وهي صادقة، ولا أتوقع منها أي تخفيف للعقوبة أو إظهار أي نوع من الدعم، إنما فقط لشرح موقفي وإظهار حقيقة الموقف بشكل كامل.
everything that I am going to say is not about me asking for a reduction in the sentence, but rather show my truthful of what I want to show about the situation.
وفي البداية أضم صوتي إلى صوت مدعي الشعب وأطالب المحكمة باتخاذ أقصى العقوبة الممكنة.
I would like to add my voice with the district attorney and impose the maximum penalty.
لعائلة السيدة دايمون.
For the family of Ms. Diamond,
لا يوجد كلمات أستطيع أن أعبر بها عن أسفي وحزني لوفاتها.
There's no words that can express my sadness for her passing.
وما قالته لكم من نصحها لكم بالحب.
Interpreter inquiring judge. ممكن تعيد تاني؟
وما قالته السيدة دايموند لكم من نصحها لكم بالحب والاحترام للجميع.
And what Ms. Diamond have recommended with loving and respecting everyone
يظهر كم كانت هي شخصية عظيمة.
shows how great of a person she was.
فقدم تعازية الحارة والعميقة إلى السيد دايموند وإلى أحفادها وعائلتها.
I give my deepest condolences to Mr. Diamond and the family.
وستظل ذكراها دائما موجودة فيكم.
And I wish that her memories cherish on with you.
ممكن هذه الكلمات أن تكون عزاء لكم أيضا.
Maybe these words can be taken as condolences to you.
لو كان هناك عدل في هذا العالم لما كانت هي توفت ولا كنت أنا أقضي باقي حياتي في السجن.
If there was justice in this world, she would not have passed, nor for me to spend the rest of my life in imprisonment.
ولأني أحب العدل.
But I do love justice.
كنت أتمنى أن تكون عقوبة الإعدام متوفرة في هذه الولاية.
I wish that this state offered death penalty.
ولأنها غير متوفرة في الولاية.
But given that this state does not carry the death penalty,
ولكنها متوفرة في قضيات الفيدرالية.
but rather it could be a possibility in my federal case.
So أنا أطالب مدعي الحكومة في قضية الفيدرالية بالمطالبة بعقوبة الإعدام.
I ask the prosecution from the federal case to impose death penalty.
لأني أرى أن هذا هو العدل للسيدة دايموند.
Because I find that to be the justice for Ms. Diamond.
أود التقدم باعتذاري.
I want to offer my apology.
أولا للشعب الأمريكي عموما متمثلا في السيد الرئيس دونالد ترامب والحكومة.
Offer my apology to the U.S. citizens of the United States with President Donald Trump
وحكومته
and his government.
خصوصا الشعب الأمريكي في كولورادو سبرينج وبولدر.
Especially the people of Colorado Springs and Boulder.
والمجتمع المسلم واليهودي في كولورادو سبرينجز وبولدر.
And the Islamic and the Jewish community in Sea Spring and Boulder.
وأصحاب الأعمال في شارع بيرل في بولدر.
And business holders on Pearl Street in Boulder.
أتقدم لهم بالاعتذار جميعا.
I offer my apologies to all of them.
عما سببت لهم من ألم وإيذاء.
For what I have caused them in pain and harm.
النقطة التالية عبارة عن بعض الحقائق.
Interpreter inquiring judge. عفوا.
النقطة التالية بعد الاعتذار بعض الحقائق.
My next point is after my apology, some of the facts.
لو عاد بي الوقت لما فعلت هذا.
If time went back, I would not have done this.
وهذا ضد تعليم الإسلام.
As this is not according to the teaching of Islam.
ما قمت به هو قراري وحدي وأتحمل مسؤولية كاملة عنه ولا يعلم عنه أحد.
What I did came out of myself, only myself, and I take full responsibility, and no one else was involved.
لم أكن يوما في حياتي كاملة منتمي لأي فئة أو عضو في حزب أو جماعة سواء دينية أو سياسية أو حتى كروية أو حتى رياضية.
I never belonged to any political group or was a member of political group or religious group or even athletic group.
لا يعلم أحد، لم أقم بمشاركة ما قمت به مع أي أحد في العالم.
Interpreter inquiry.
لم أقم بمشاركة ما قمت به مع أي أحد في العالم.
I did not share what I have done with anyone in the world,
خصوصا أسرتي.
especially my family.
وفعلت كل ما أستطيع لإخفاء الموضوع عنهم.
I did everything I could to hide it from them.
وإن كان أحد في هذا العالم قادر على منعي من القيام به فهو أسرتي.
And if there was anyone in the world that would prevent me from doing this, it would have been my family.
وكلهم جميعا أظهروا علانية رفضهم وغضبهم مما قمت به.
All of them showed the refusal and their denial of what I have done.
وأتقدم لهم بالاعتذار.
And I offer them my apology.
لكل ما عانوه لمدة عام تقريبا.
For all what they have suffered for approximately a year.
لما قمت به.
For what I have done.
تم حرمانهم من حريتهم لمدة عام تقريبا.
Their freedom was prevented for approximately a year.
لم يستطيعوا الذهاب إلى المدرسة والتعلم.
They were not able to go to school or to get educated.
لم يستطيع الأطفال حتى ممارسة ألعابهم أو الرسم.
The kids were not able to practice playing or even drawing.
لم يأكلوا حتى طعامهم أو يلبسوا ملابسهم.
Did not eat their food or wear their clothing.
أقدر غضبهم مني وكرههم لي في هذا الوقت.
I appreciate their angerness toward me,
وكرههم لي.
and their hate toward me.
وأني لم أستطع خلال هذا العام أن أطلب مسامحتهم.
And that I was not able to ask for their forgiveness during this year.
فمن هنا أطلب مسامحتهم لي على ما قمت به وعلى الأذى الذي تسببوا له.
From here, I ask for their forgiveness for the harm that I have caused them.
أرجو التوضيح على نقطة مهمة.
I would like to clarify a important point.
أشار لها مدعي الشعب.
People's attorney referred to.
عندما قلت أنني خطط لمدة عام.
When I mentioned or I said that I have been planning for a year.
أعتذر عن سوء اللغة الإنجليزية، فأنا لم أقصد أنني أخطط لمدة عام، فلا يوجد إثبات أنني أخطط لمدة عام، إنما كنت أفكر في هذا الموضوع لمدة عام.
I apologize for my poor English, but I was trying to say instead of planning, I have been planning for a year. Rather, I was thinking about it for a year.
ولا يوجد إثبات لهذا في كل التحقيقات.
And there was no proof for all of this during all the investigation.
عندما ذهبت إلى بولدر في يوم 1/6.
When I went to Boulder on June 1st.
لم أذهب إلى هناك أبدا سابقا.
I have never been there.
ولم أعلم من سأقابل أو من سأراه.
And I did not know who I'm going to see or who I'm going to meet.
ولا أعلم حتى ماذا كان سيحدث في هذا اليوم.
And I did not even know what's going to happen on that day.
نعم، في هذا اليوم خططت لما سأقوم به.
Yes, on that day I did plan for what I have done.
وكان في حوزتي 18 زجاجة.
And I had on my possession 18 bottles.
I threw قذفت فقط 2.
I only threw 2.
ولعل بعضكم سأل نفسه لماذا لم يستخدم باقي الزجاجات.
Maybe some of you wonder why I did not use the rest of the cocktails.
حب التأكيد لكم على أني لم أقم بها لأني لم أقم بإيذاء أي إنسان في حياتي مطلقاً.
I want to reassure you that I did not do that because I have never harmed a person in my life.
ولم أستطع رؤية أشخاص آخرين يؤذوا بسببي.
Nor I had the ability to see others being harmed because of me.
وأعلم جيداً أن ما قمت به
I know surely what I have done
سوف يقضي على أي أمل في وجود حياة لي متبقية. سوف يقضي على أي أمل لحياة متبقية لي.
It will destroy any hope that I have for the remainder of my life.
نقطة أخرى مهمة.
One more important point.
من حقكم وصفي بأبشع الأوصاف. جبان، حقير، بذيء، وحشي.
It is your right to describe me with all of the adjectives you have done. Coward, vicious, all of the adjectives.
أتقبل هذا.
I accept it.
ولكني لا أتقبل اتهامي بجريمة كراهية.
I accept all of that, but I do not accept being accused of the word of hatred.
خصوصاً ضد الجالية اليهودية.
Especially against the Jewish community.
لقد نشأت وترعرعت في بلد.
I grew up in a country.
في سلام دائم مع العالم.
And peace at all time with the world.
أحكي لكم قصة قصيرة.
I will speak to you about a short story.
في عام 2000.
In 2000.
وخلال دراستي في الجامعة.
And during my studies in the university.
تعرفت على أول صديق لي من الجنسية الأمريكية.
I met the first individual with the American citizenship or being American identity.
اسمه جون أشرف.
His name is John Ashraf.
في أحد الأيام ذهبنا معا إلى صديق له.
One of the days, him and I went together to one of his friends.
He said, قال لي أنه سيذهب للاطمئنان عليه. قال لي سنذهب إلى أحد الأصدقاء للاطمئنان عليه.
He told me that we're going to check on him.
وعندما ذهبت وجدت أنه ابن السفير الإسرائيلي في مصر.
When we went and found out it was the son of the Israeli ambassador in Egypt.
وقضينا اليوم معا.
We spent the day together.
في سلام.
In peace.
ولم يكن هناك أي مشكلة في هذا.
And there was no problem with that.
عندما جئت إلى أمريكا.
When I came to the US.
عملت في مركز طبي.
I worked in a medical center.
يملكه دكتور يهودي.
The owner of it was a Jewish doctor.
مديرتي المباشرة كانت يهودية.
My direct manager was Jewish.
ولا يوجد أي مشكلة في هذا.
And there was no issues with that.
تستطيع التواصل معهم وسؤالهم عن طريقة عن الوقت الذي مضيته معهم.
You can communicate with them or contact them and inquire about the time that I had with them.
جيراني في كولورادو سبرينغز لدي جيران من الجالية اليهودية.
My neighbors in Colorado Springs were from the Jewish community.
فلا يمكن لأحد في هذا العالم أن يقول أني على كره للجالية اليهودية.
There's no possibility anyone in the world can say that I have hate toward the Jewish community.
أكن لهم الاحترام والتقدير جميعا.
I have much respect for them.
بخصوص الكلب جاكسون.
As to the dog Jackson.
أريد التأكيد على أسفي للسيد جيري والسيدة جودي.
I want to reassure my apology to Mr. Jerry and Julie.
وأنه من تعاليم الإسلام أيضا ضد إيذاء الحيوانات.
And the teaching of Islam is also against the harming of animals.
وأطلب منهم محاولة تبني حيوان آخر لأنه سيساعدهم في دعم الحيوانات بشكل أكبر.
I asked them to adopt another animal as that will support animals' adoption in general.
سيد شاستر،
Mr. Chester,
كما أوضحت لا يوجد لدي أي كره أو نية لإيذاء الجالية اليهودية، إنما بشكل كامل أنا على حب واحترام لهم جميعا.
as I have stated, I do not have hate or intention of harming the Jewish community, but rather I have respect and love for them.
وأنا معك فيما أن ما قمت به ضد السلام المجتمعي.
Interpreter inquiring.
وأنا معك في أن ما قمت به ضد السلام المجتمعي.
And I am with you of what I have done for harming the peaceful of the community.
وأن هذا كان خطأ.
And that this was wrong.
وجريمة لا تغتفر.
And that it's a crime that can be forgiven.
سيدة جولدمان.
Miss Goldman.
تحدثت عن الهولوكوست.
She spoke about the Holocaust.
ولكن لم أفهم كيف لشخص عانى من الهولوكوست أن يقبل قتل وحرق آلاف من الأطفال والنساء في فلسطين وغزة.
But I did not understand how a person who survived the Holocaust agrees for some kids
آلاف الأطفال والنساء.
Agrees for thousands of kids and people to be burned in Palestine and Gaza.
أو هذا غير مقبول للجميع. أنا معكم في أن هذا غير مقبول لكل الأطراف.
This is not acceptable for all the sides.
سيدة باربرا.
Miss Barbara.
قلت أنني محظوظ بوجودي في أمريكا. قلت أنني محظوظ بوجودي في أمريكا.
You stated that I am lucky to be in the U.S.
نعم هذا صحيح.
Yes, this is accurate.
عندما قررت السفر إلى أمريكا.
When I decided to move to the U.S.
أعلم أنها بلد تتقبل الجميع.
I do know it's a country that accepts all.
قد جئت من بلد.
I came from a country.
لا يعرف حقوق الإنسان ولا حقوق المرأة ولا حقوق الأطفال.
Does not know human's right, does not know women's right or children's rights.
أشكر السيدة جودا لوبي.
I thank Judah Luby
لأنها سامحتني.
because she forgave me.
وأطلب من الجميع المسامحة.
And I ask everyone for forgiveness.
السيد فيكتور.
Mr. Victor.
لا تفقد الإحساس بالأمان والأمل في العيش بسلام.
Do not lose the hope of being able to live safely and securely.
ولكن اطلب الأمان والسلام للجميع.
But ask for safety and security for all.
السيدة راهيل.
Miss Rahel or Rachel.
أنت طبيبة.
You're a doctor.
وهذا عمل رائع.
This is a fabulous work.
أود تأكيدك مجددا على احترامي وتقديري للجالية اليهودية.
I want to reassure again or repeat myself again for my deepest respect for the Jewish community.
والفصل الكامل بين اليهود وبين إسرائيل.
And interpreter inquiry.
الفصل الكامل بين اليهود وإسرائيل.
and the whole chapter between the Jewish community and Israel.
السيد جارتنر أو السيدة جارتنر
Mr. and Miss Gardner,
لم أسعى يوما للحصول على سلاح
I never attempted to get a gun
للقيام بهذه الجريمة.
to commit this crime.
وإنما ما قمت به كان بشكل قانوني
But what I wanted to do was, or legally,
الحصول على سلاح بشكل قانوني للحماية.
to obtain a gun lawfully for protection.
تحدثت السيدة جارتنر عن كيف تكون حياة أطفالهم صعبة بدونهم.
Ms. Gardner spoke about how the children's life will be difficult without them.
وهذا طبعا لهم الحق الكامل في هذا.
This for sure, they have the full right to it.
ولكن ماذا عن آلاف العائلات التي خسرت عائلتها بشكل كامل ولم يبقى منهم أحد في فلسطين وغزة.
But what about the families whom have lost what about hundreds of thousands of families whom have lost their families in Palestine and Gaza?
ويجب أن يطبق العدل في كل العالم.
But justice must apply everywhere in the world.
ويجب أن يتم حماية الأطفال في كل العالم.
And kids must be protected everywhere in the world.
وحماية النساء في كل العالم.
And women must be protected everywhere in the world.
وحماية الأطقم الطبية والمسعفين في كل العالم.
And first responders and medical responders to be protected everywhere in the world.
حتى في ظل الحروب.
Even during wars.
سيدة جين.
Miss Jane.
قلت أني إرهابي بدون ملابس.
You stated that I am a terrorist without clothing.
لم أنزع التيشيرت الذي كنت ألبسه إلا أني أصبت بحروق.
I did not take the t-shirt off only because I was also had burns.
قد أذيت نفسي لأني لم يكن لدي أي خبرة ولم أقم بإيذاء أحد من قبل.
I hurt myself because I did not have the experience nor I have ever hurt anyone in the world before.
قلت أنه سبب صدمة ضد الغضب ضد اليهود.
Stated that it did cause a shock or trauma against the Jewish people
كل العالم.
all around the world.
أحب أن أؤكد لك أن اليهود لم يكونوا أبدا في أمان إلا مع المسلمين في كل بلاد المسلمين.
I want to reassure you that the Jewish people were never in peace unless that they were with the Muslims.
نعم أنا ضد إسرائيل.
Yes, I am against Israel.
ولا أستطيع إنكار ذلك.
And I can't deny that.
وهذا من حقي.
And that's my right.
في النهاية التأكيد على اعتذاري للجميع.
At the end, I want to reassure my apologies to everyone.
وأني سأقضي المتبقي من حياتي في السجن.
And that I will spend the remainder of my life in prison.
بعيدا عن أهلي وأطفالي.
Away from my family, my kids.
الذين أصبحوا لا يرغبوا في رؤيتي.
Whom do not even want to see me.
ورسالة أخيرة ليس فقط لكم العالم جميعا.
Last message, not only to you, but rather to the whole world.
يوجد عدو مشترك للجميع
There's a mutual enemy for everyone,
يتغذى من الحروب والكراهية والتطرف
comes out of hatred,
يتغذى من الحروب والكراهية والتطرف
from war, from hatred,
ونشر الفساد والمخدرات
and distribution of drugs, corruption,
والفقر والمجاعة
and hunger, and poorness,
والأمراض.
and illnesses.
هذا العدو هو
This enemy is
الصهيونية.
Zionism,
اقضوا على الصهيونية قبل أن تقضي عليكم.
and Zionism before it ends you.
شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Thank you very much.
All right. The court's obligation at this time is to sentence Mr. Soliman in accordance with the law, to select sentences and explain them to the parties, the people in the courtroom, and community. I have some comments before the court selects those sentences for the people who spoke today, and I want to keep those comments somewhat brief. To the survivors and the family of Ms. Diamond who spoke today, thank you so much for all of your words. Each of your words helped me to understand the great variety in your experiences and your emotion. And you also spoke as one community whose solidarity I heard. The court has an obligation to sentence the first-degree murder charge to a period of life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's not something within the court's discretion, and the court also finds that it's an appropriate sentence. It is the controlling sentence. But the court has a number of charges that I do have discretion on, and I need to select sentences that honor the purposes of the sentencing laws. Mr. Doty displayed that sentencing statute. And in selecting those sentences today, I view my primary obligation under the sentencing statute to speak to the seriousness of the offenses committed by Mr. Soliman, and to promote respect for the law and to deter others who might consider anything similar. When I do that, I conclude that the most serious sentences available under the law are the appropriate ones for each of the offenses, and those will be the ones that the court will impose. When I talk about the exceptional seriousness of the offenses, I mean that, Mr. Soliman, the court finds that you chose to victimize people who were peacefully gathering together. And the act of peaceful gathering is the most fundamental, or one of the most fundamental and sacred rights that a government and a community can afford to its citizens. When you put violence into a peaceful gathering like that, you create fear for anyone who might gather in protest or support of anything. And some of those things that people might gather to protest or support might be things that matter to you. When I talk about the seriousness of the offenses, I also mean that you chose to victimize people because of who they are. Notwithstanding your statements, the court finds that you chose to victimize these people because they were members of the Jewish community. And as they expressed better than I could express, they are people who have a deep and generational understanding of what it means to feel safe and to feel unsafe in a community. And they were entitled to feel safe in this one. When I talk about the seriousness of the offense, I mean also that you chose to victimize the elderly, to victimize children, to victimize people that were gathered in peace to grieve together and to heal together and to hope together. I mean that you chose a time and a place and a set of circumstances and weapons that were designed to inflict the most pain that you could, and that you did indeed inflict the most pain and fear that anyone possibly could. The court finds that your choices were acts of terror and that they victimized an entire community and that they made everyone in it feel unsafe, and that that was your explicit purpose. All of those choices are intolerable. They have no place in this community, and they require that the court sentence you to the maximum possible penalties that the law allows. I need to go through each of the sentencing counts. Count 4 is murder in the first degree against Karen Diamond. The court imposes a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 5 is also a murder in the first degree count against Ms. Diamond. That count's sentence merges with the sentence to number 4 under the law. The next set of sentencing counts is 26 counts that the court detailed initially when the court took the pleas. These are the counts of attempt to commit murder in the first degree, extreme indifference. They are 26 counts, each of which name a separate victim. The court imposes the maximum sentence in each count as to each individual victim. That is a sentence of 48 years as to each count. These are to be served consecutive to one another and consecutive to the sentences that the court imposes for the other crimes of violence. The next set of counts is a set of counts relating to criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree. It is the other theory, meaning intentional and deliberate. These counts are also 26 counts that list the same 26 victims that the court spoke of in the grouping before. According to the law, the sentences for attempted murder counts under different theories, but as to the same victim, must merge, and so the court finds that they will do so. There are not separate sentences imposed for those counts solely because of the principle of merger. The next group is a group of counts for assault in the first degree on at-risk persons. These people are Mr. Diamond, Mr. Lowenstein, Ms. Lowenstein, and Ms. Steinmetz. In each of those counts, the court imposes the maximum penalty of 48 years on each count. They are consecutive to one another and consecutive to all the other crime of violence counts. The next group of counts is a group of counts relating to assault in the first degree. These are the counts relating to Ms. Schaffer, Ms. Resnick, Mr. Gold, and Mr. Chester. The maximum sentence on those counts, which is the sentence that the court imposes, 32 years on each count. Each of those to be served consecutively to one another and consecutively to all the other counts in the crime of violence charges. The next group of counts is 2 counts that relate to attempt to commit assault in the first degree on at-risk persons, Ms. Halpern and Ms. Gartner. The maximum penalty on those counts is 32 years in the Department of Corrections. The court imposes 32 years in the Department of Corrections, consecutive to one another and consecutive to all the other counts. The next group is a group of counts of attempt to commit assault in the first degree. These are 16 counts, each of which carries a maximum possible penalty of 16 years in the Department of Corrections. The court imposes 16 years as to each count, consecutive to one another and consecutive to all the other counts. The next group of counts is 2 counts relating to explosives and incendiary devices, specifically the 2 devices that you used. The maximum sentence for those counts is 24 years in the Department of Corrections. The court imposes 24 years on each of count 43 and 44, consecutive to one another and consecutive to all of the other counts. The next group of counts is counts 45 through 60 that are attempts to commit the use of explosives or incendiary devices. Those relate to the devices from the photo that Mr. Doherty showed during his presentation of the group of devices that remained in the bucket and were recovered by law enforcement. The maximum sentence for those counts is 12 years in the Department of Corrections. The court imposes 12 years as to each count 45 through 60. They are consecutive to one another, and they are consecutive to the other counts in the case. The final 3 counts are the cruelty to Jackson count and 2 accounts of assault in the 3rd degree. These counts are defined under the law as misdemeanors. And misdemeanors, as the parties know, are typically sentenced to a jail term in the county where the offense occurred and where the sentencing is. And while the court understands the request for the maximum sentence, the court is going to find that Mr. Soliman has spent enough time in this community and that a further sentence to jail in this community does not serve justice under the circumstances. For that reason, the court's going to impose the time that the court believes that he has previously served between his arrest and this sentencing date, which the court believes is approximately 330 days. The court's going to close those counts with concurrent sentences in the 3 counts to credit for time already served for the purpose of ending Mr. Soliman's relationship with Boulder County, including his incarceration here in this county. The remaining counts are either the sentence enhancer counts that do not have separate sentences imposed, but rather are woven into the substantive counts on which the court already sentenced. I think the record already reflects that some counts were previously dismissed. They were not dismissed today. They were dismissed because circumstances changed and the district attorney's office previously moved and the court granted dismissal of counts that didn't apply under the facts prior to the case reaching the point that it is today. There was one named victim who spoke of the importance to her that no contact orders remain in place during the entirety of the sentences. The court finds that that's appropriate and the court will continue the protection order, which includes no contact orders with any of the named victims throughout the sentence that Mr. Soliman will serve. The court will make a finding of indigency, waive waivable fines and costs. Mr. Doherty, there was no discussion of restitution. And I should indicate before I ask you about restitution that when the court waives waivable fines and costs, that explicitly does not include the victim's surcharges.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people would ask to reserve restitution. We're still working on some final numbers and we'll provide them within the statutory framework.
Restitution reserved. The court would ask for either restitution amount or a request for additional time within 35 days so that I don't lose track of the jurisdictional nature of that issue.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further before the court's in recess?
Not from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, could the parties briefly approach?
Why don't I, well, yes, briefly. Court understands that there are no other issues at this time.
Not from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Correct, Your Honor. We're in recess at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not only votes.
want to come a little closer? Sure. Does anybody else want to come over? Good. We're missing, yeah, where's Susan now? Just a minute, we're just waiting on another speaker and then we'll get started. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Carboni, and I'm the Public Information Officer for the Boulder County District Attorney's Office. Today we'll have 5 speakers. Each speaker will come up, list their name, or give you their name, title, and spell their last name. After our speakers, we'll give the opportunity for any victim to speak. If after a victim, our victims speak, then we'll take questions from you all. First up will be District Attorney Michael Doherty.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Doherty. I'm the District Attorney for the 20th Judicial District, which is Boulder County. Thank you all for being here today. As Chief Judge Salamone noted, this was an attack on the Jewish community and an act of terror. And today we've seen the defendant be held fully accountable and fully responsible for the horrific hate crime that he committed and the act of anti-Semitism he committed after planning it out and taking methodical, intentional steps to harm as many people in the Jewish community as he possibly could here in Boulder. I will share with you that on the day of June 1st, 2025, I was driving to an event with Rocky Mountain Equality to give a speech on hate crimes and the work we've done in Boulder County to prevent and respond to hate crimes. It was a speech I never got to give because Commander Brandon Wynn with the Boulder Police Department called me to say he was hearing reports over the radio of firebombs being thrown on Pearl Street. And that was the initial reports being made to Boulder Police Department. And as a result of doing so, the defendant's now going to spend the rest of his life in state prison or federal prison, knowing that he destroyed the lives of innocent, wonderful people. And he killed Karen Diamond. And I mentioned this in court, but I want to say it again. As much as his act was brutal and monstrous and horrific, it was also, and hear me loud and clear, cowardly. Because you want to come to Boulder County, you want to go to any community and set innocent people on fire, you are truly a coward. And we saw that reflected in the statements he made in court today, too, where he reflected what drove him to do it then and why he deserved the absolute maximum sentence now. It was just premeditated, and he pleads guilty today to every charge as we required in the face of overwhelming evidence because of our partners in law enforcement and the response they brought to bear. And Chief Redfern mentioned this in court, and he's going to speak to you in just a couple moments, but I want to highlight the incredible courage and bravery of the Boulder Police Department once again responding to an act of mass violence in Boulder County. And the assistance they received from other members of law enforcement, but also the fire department. I will highlight for you the incredible cooperation between federal, state, and local law enforcement. And I can't emphasize that enough. Every time we meet with the victims, which has been many since the case started, every time we had a decision to make about what to charge in this case and how to prosecute the case, that has been made in conjunction with the U.S. Attorney's Office for Colorado. And my office and the U.S. Attorney's Office, Boulder PD, and the FBI have incredibly strong partnerships and working relationships. It works exactly as it should be in a moment of terror. It works exactly as it should for the victims in this case, that we come together and we recognize we have an obligation and a responsibility to fight for justice and to uphold the rule of law and to make sure that the victims will be able to be in court at the end of this process, as they were today, and have justice done. The Jewish community leaders, some of whom are here today, Rabbi Mark, Jonathan Lev from the Jewish Community Center, Susan Rohner from the Anti-Defamation League, they were involved from the very first day. And they're here today, the last day of the state case. And every step in between, they've been with us in helping us support the victims and the Jewish community, which was the target of this horrific, inexcusable, and outrageous attack. I said this in court, but I want to repeat it here. That the true measure of a community is not the horrific act of one person carrying out evil and terror in the community. The true measure of a community, the true measure of a people, is how we respond in those moments. How we as a community come together and bring our very best in response to one person's very worst. And unfortunately, we've seen this before in Boulder County and in Colorado. But it's never lost on me that in response to the acts of one person, we have the response of thousands of people helping the victims. And today, we could talk about the sentence the defendant received. We could talk about the fact that he just got life without the possibility of parole plus 2,128 years, and that he deserves every day of that sentence. We could talk about that, but I will always look back on this case and think about these people, the victims, who are wonderful, incredible, compassionate people who were completely innocent, and the defendant's acts completely inexcusable. It has been an honor to fight for justice with them and for them. That would not have happened but for the actions and support from all the law enforcement agencies, but also and especially the Boulder Police Department. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Stephen Redfern now.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Redfern. Last name is Redfearn, and I have the honor of serving as the police chief here in Boulder. We're here today reflecting on the verdict that was just handed down, and I'm very thankful for that verdict. That verdict sent a message, not only to the offender, but also to anybody that thinks that they can come and harm our community. As those charged with keeping this community safe, we will forever be bothered by the fact that we were not able to prevent this attack. This targeted attack against our Jewish community was unacceptable, and this verdict here today provides some sense of justice. Knowing that while it couldn't be prevented, the fact that this coward will never see the light of day again brings some solace to us. As I said just a little bit ago in the sentencing hearing, I've seen a lot in my career, and this was not my first response to an incident of mass violence. But this was one of the most heinous and cowardly crimes that I've ever seen. We did not get here today alone. The Boulder Police Department, along with our partners with the fire department, fire rescue, and a ton of outside help, responded as quickly as we could that day, and that was just the beginning. There's so many folks who ensured that this case was handled with such care and diligence to bring justice to the survivors and their families that I have to thank a couple of them. I also must thank the court for holding this defendant accountable. From our 911 dispatchers who took the initial frantic calls and ensured that help was swiftly sent, to the initial responding officers, some of whom were in the courtroom with us today, who bravely ran into the attack, apprehended the suspect, and then began to provide aid to the victims. To our detectives, a couple of which are standing behind me today, that have lived with this case for nearly the past year, I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of our Boulder Police team. This incident could have been so much worse, and we heard about it today in court, if not for the brave heroes that were there when it happened from the community, as well as our first responders. And I thank everyone who responded that day. You'll hear in a minute from our fire chief, but our partners with Boulder Fire Rescue and medical personnel, as well as outside rescue agencies, did all they could in that moment to provide aid to the victims. And all of our police, fire, and sheriff resources, we could not have done this without you. I also extend a heartfelt thank you to our federal partners, especially the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who immediately responded to assist us and immediately helped us begin to investigate this case, both on the state and federal level. I also want to thank our community once again. In the aftermath of this attack, I personally witnessed resilience, perseverance that have served as a lesson to all of us that hate won't win. Once again, we have come together and shown that we are Boulder strong. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Lev, Executive Director at the Boulder JCC, JONATHANLEV as in Victor. Last year's attack had a profound impact on the survivors, our community, and me as a leader. As a community that has always been defined by its closeness, we were shattered by this attack. And yet, in the wake of such senseless violence, we leaned on one another for strength, proving that, even when broken, we remain here for each other. While no legal outcome can undo the profound pain inflicted, this sentencing marks a critical step toward accountability and healing. Our hearts deeply remain with the family of Karen Soren Diamond, may her memory be for a blessing, and the many individuals, including the 28 survivors from the Boulder Run for Their Lives group, who were on a peaceful walk to bring attention to the hostages being held by Hamas. They bear the visible and invisible scars of that day. In the face of unimaginable terror, these survivors have shown us the true essence of courage and resistance. By refusing to be silenced and reclaiming their strength on the long path to healing, they serve as a powerful reminder that our collective spirit cannot be extinguished by hate. In court today, we heard their stories for over an hour, their pain, their trauma, and their willingness to share. Their stories matter, and as you will hear from them today, and did, feel their pain and their strength, and share their stories. We express our deepest gratitude to Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty and his team for their unwavering commitment to justice and for the sensitivity they have shown to our community throughout this harrowing process. And to the Boulder Police Department, the Fire Department, first responders, the first responders who showed up on that day who were untrained but were the first people on that site, and to law enforcement, as well as the security professionals that work day in and day out to keep our community safe. By securing a sentence of life in prison without parole, plus 2,128 years, the justice system sends an unmistakable message that hate-fueled terror and anti-Semitic violence have no place in Boulder County. While our community is forever changed, we remain committed to building a future where we can safely live, gather, and find joy together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Calderazzo, last name spelled C-A-L-D as in Delta, E-R-A-Z-Z-O, and I'm the fire chief for the city of Boulder. Today's sentencing marks an important step forward for our community, and we're grateful for the diligence and coordination shown by the investigators and the DA's team in bringing justice for the victims and for our community. For my part as fire chief, I want to recognize the men and women who responded that day. We had Good Samaritans go in there and help out, and then we had our first responders go in, especially our firefighters and paramedics. First ones on scene about 6 minutes, so there was some critical time there that some others in our community helped out. Really very much appreciate folks doing that. They ran into a chaotic situation, and yet through it all were able to order quickly resources and get folks from on-scene treatment all the way to area hospitals. Appreciate very much that they were able to do that and it made a meaningful difference for many of our victims. But I also know that for our responders, it's the ones that we feel like we couldn't help that leave the biggest hole for all of us and for the community. And so for those folks, I just want to know them to know that we share their pain. Our thoughts continue with the victims, everyone who was affected in this community. But like I tell our firefighters every day as they process some of the most difficult calls and trauma, as a community, we came together at this time. Let us continue to do that. Let us lean on each other to work through the physical and emotional toll of this incident and move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Rona. I'm the Regional Director for ADL Mountain States. My last name is spelled Rona. I want to start by saying how grateful I am to the victims of this attack from the Boulder Run for Their Lives group who bravely shared their stories today. They will stay with me. Today's guilty plea is an important moment of accountability for the killing of Karen Soren Diamond, whose life was taken as a result of this attack. May her memory be for a blessing, and for the 28 others whose lives have been forever changed. With the anniversary of this attack approaching, this moment feels particularly significant. Justice matters. The court's imposition of the maximum sentence available under the law matters. I am grateful to District Attorney Michael Doherty, his office, Chief Redfern, law enforcement, Fire Chief Michael Calderazzo, and first responders for their unwavering commitment to our community. Yesterday, ADL released its 2025 audit of anti-Semitic incidents, which shows that even as overall anti-Semitic incidents decreased nationally, the severity of attacks increased. This attack here in Boulder was one of the most devastating examples of that trend. The firebombing was not a random act. It was planned for over a year, targeting Jewish community members who were peacefully and publicly expressing their values. That demands a serious response. What I heard today reinforced the reality for the Jewish community that we need heightened levels of security in this moment to feel free to worship and to gather. We are grateful to Governor Polis for his partnership in securing additional nonprofit security grant funding to help keep Colorado communities safe. We at ADL are working with individuals and families confronting anti-Semitism every day. As a Boulder County resident, this attack shook my sense of personal safety in a way that I had not expected. When you are targeted by hate, you can feel profoundly alone. But in the days that followed, our Boulder community came together. Elected officials, faith leaders, and neighbors stood alongside the Jewish community. That solidarity meant everything, and it is what gives me hope. Today marks an important step towards justice, but the Jewish community still needs allies, advocates, and friends to continue to stand with us. When we stand together, hate cannot win. Thank you.
So we have a number of victims who are here. I've shared with them that, seeing many familiar faces from the media here, that if they don't want to speak to you, that you're going to respect that, and that they don't have to be asked questions, and they could say no and politely decline. So thank you. We do have a victim who would like to speak. I had the honor of reading her statement in court. Her name is Rahel Halpern, and she would like to speak with you now.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is spelled Rachelle. That's the first name. Halpern. That's the last name. I haven't prepared anything in writing, so it's going to be a little halting, I suppose. I first wanted to thank the district attorney and the entire justice system that was involved in this for what turned out to be a very dignified and understanding resolution of this horrific violence. I also want them to thank, and special Michael and the judge, for the words they used, for what they said in courtroom, because words matter. Some years ago, many years ago, when my two boys were very young, I came across the following statement in a dojo, in a martial arts dojo. I took them when they were 5 and 7 years old. And it went something like that. Listen to your thoughts, for they become words. Choose your words, for they become actions. Control your actions, for they become habits. Develop your habits, for they become your character. Nurture your character, for it becomes your destiny. We have now for many years, long time before October 7th, the horror of October 7th, 2023, we have been surrounded by words that injured us, injured our identity, injured who we are, and created a space in which somebody can imagine them throwing 18 Molotov cocktails, as was his intention, is the right way to deal with whatever concerns he had. So words matter. You are the people that choose the words that you write. You are the people that choose the words, the questions that you ask. You are the people that frame the questions and then reframe the answers. So my request is choose your words, because your words will determine our destiny. Thank you.
I will say, as much as our job is to support the victims and to help them through this process, their strength is amazing. And I have the privilege of working with an outstanding team, including co-counsel Trish Middlestat and Ken Kuffner. And this week, I was struggling to figure out how I wanted to say something in court and how we should address something. And Rahel Halper sent me an email out of the blue saying, I want you to think about the following before Thursday. And part of what I said in court was from what she told me. So as much as we should be giving them our strength, they give us an example of how strong they are and what courage they have. So I want to thank Rahel for sharing that. Is there any other victim that wants to share anything at this time? Okay, so none of the other victims want to speak with the media right now, and I really do have deep appreciation for the media. I think to Rahel's point, you being here sends a really powerful message, but only because people are reading it and seeing it through your outlets. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for respecting the victims' wishes. And I'll turn it over to Shannon. Shannon will help facilitate any questions you have for any of us.
Do we have a few questions?
Shannon,
Go.
this really could
Yeah.
be a question for Rahel if she's willing
Okay.
to answer, or anyone who's willing to answer.
You want to come up?
I'm curious what your thoughts were on the defendant's words today and what you framed as an apology.
They are unworthy of a comment from me.
I'm curious about when you have a sentence of life in prison and then you have another 2,000 plus years added to that, what does that signify? And what sort of message does that send?
To me, the importance of him being required to plead guilty to every charge and being sentenced for every charge, for every victim that he harmed, every person that he tried to kill that day, and those sentences running consecutive. So it's life without the possibility of parole plus 2,128 years. To me, it reflects the harm he caused to each and every one of those victims, and they each deserve justice. And the chief judge imposing the maximum sentence allowed under law on each and every charge does exactly that each victim deserves justice. And that's what happened in that courtroom today. And that, to me, that's what it signifies. Thank you.
How could this impact the federal case, the result of this case?
So how could this impact the federal case? I think that remains to be seen, and it's a good question for the federal prosecutors. I'm really grateful to them because we've had a strong working relationship literally from day one when we were at the Boulder Police Department together. And they've been with us every step of the way in the victim meetings that we've had here. So I think it doesn't have a direct impact is the answer to the question. They could still go forward with the federal prosecution and it could resolve in any number of ways. But I'm sure they're watching this closely and they'll consider it in what they do next.
Michael, you chose not to show photos and videos today. If this had gone to trial, you undoubtedly would have had to show those to win your case. How thankful are you that you didn't have to go there and that these folks didn't have to be re-traumatized by seeing them?
So good question about showing the photos and videos from the attack itself, and as well as the aftermath, the injuries, and then the autopsy of Karen Diamond. That's why I think today is the best possible outcome. This was a nightmare and absolutely horrific and tragic, but the guilty plea brings it to a resolution with the maximum sentence allowed under law and saves the victims from having to testify. So I'm thankful for them. We were prepared to try this case. We had a trial date set in July. Our team was ready to go with a trial in July. But the defendant entering guilty pleas to all those charges saves these people from having to be in court and having to testify. And even if we didn't have to have each one of them testify in court, it would have been a re-traumatizing experience just having the trial go on and knowing that the photos and the videos and everything was going to be shown in court to a jury. I'm really glad that we were able to secure justice short of trial.
How did having the death penalty on the table in the federal case influence the decision, do you think, to plead guilty today?
So question about would the death penalty on the table at the federal level influence the decision to plead guilty? That's honestly a question for the defense. I don't have a view on it. Him pleading guilty to me was in response to the overwhelming evidence that the investigators put together. Federal, state, and local investigators worked tirelessly on this case. They came together, they gave it their all. They traveled to other states as part of the investigation. And as a result, we had an incredibly powerful and strong case to prosecute. There is no doubt in my mind that the trial would have been hard for all the victims. But there's also no doubt in my mind he would have been found guilty of every single charge at trial, and I think he recognized that. And to the extent that he's considering the federal case and deciding to plead guilty, that's a question for him to answer. But I know that the answer for us is that justice has been done today.
We can take one or two more questions.
I have a question for Chief Redfern.
Okay.
I know you mentioned that there has been a lot of security since this attack as well. As we approach the 1 year mark and also the Boulder Jewish Festival, what reassurance can you provide for security then?
Yes, regarding the mention of security and upcoming events and the 1 year commemoration of this attack, one thing I will say is going back in time a little bit, one of the things that has served us incredibly well, sadly, during this attack was the pre-established relationships we had as a police department and a city with some of the entities behind me. That made it not any less terrible, but it allowed us to have a first name basis, direct communication like we do with many entities in the city to move forward. And last year, a week later for the 30th Annual Jewish Festival, the question was asked, can you keep this safe? And I said yes, and you're going to see a lot of officers. You're going to see a lot of things we wouldn't normally want to see, snipers on roofs. Not to say we're going to be at the same level for this upcoming event, but we have had those conversations, and we are going to absolutely ensure that people have the right to come together, grieve, and enjoy a festival. We will have added security presence. Some you will see, some you won't. And so we're going to do everything in our power along with our partners to ensure that it's a safe event.
One more question? Any?
I have one question
Okay.
for the district attorney.
Okay.
The defendant at the end, the beginning of his message, it sounded like it was filled with contrition. However, toward the end, it came back to hate. How concerned are you when you think about the ADL's numbers and the increase in anti-Semitic attacks, that he is not seen as, that he's not seen as a martyr to the anti-Semitic cause, the anti-Zionist cause, and now those words are out there?
He committed an anti-Semitic act of terror and hate and inflicted as much harm as he possibly could upon members of the Jewish community. And the judge recognized that in her remarks before sentencing him to the maximum sentence allowed under law on every single charge. And I think you're absolutely right. When his statement started, I thought we were actually going to hear contrition. Instead, from my perspective, we heard exactly why we're here today. Because he still somehow in his brain thinks that his view, his hate, gives him some reason to carry this out. Well, he's going to have the rest of his life sitting in prison to think about that. And that's exactly where he belongs. And he deserves every day of it. So for others out there who watch it and have a different view than me, just know that the full power of the law has come down on him as it should. And it will on anybody who acts in a hate-filled manner and commits an act of anti-Semitism or attacks any marginalized and vulnerable group. We will never allow that to happen. And when it does, we will bring the strongest possible response. To be honest, when this happened, what I pictured in my head was lifting this courthouse up and smashing it down on top of him. The law does not allow me to do that. But the law allows what just happened in that courtroom to happen, and that is justice. And him getting the maximum sentence is what the law allows, and that's what we will always do in standing and fighting for members of the Jewish community and victims of any group that are targeted for who they are or what they believe in or who they choose to love. So people may have their own views on the world, and that's fine, and I can't control it. But you don't get to act on that hate. You don't get to carry out acts of hate. You don't get to do that and not have the full power and response of the law brought down upon you. And that's what you see for him now. And I say this just because I want to emphasize it. What he did was cowardly. It was shameful. And the part where I feel for his family is that they're going to be alive for many, many years. And they're always going to have a father who set people on fire because of who they were. I picture his twins, 5 years old, going to college someday and someone saying, "What do your parents do?" And them saying, "Oh, my dad's in prison for the rest of his life for setting Jewish people on fire." It is a shameful act. It is disgraceful, and it is hateful. So anybody out there, ask them to think about, first of all, it's just wrong. Second of all, you're going to be held fully responsible. Third of all, you're damaging a community, including your own and your family. That's what I say in response. Any other questions before we wrap up? All right. I really do appreciate the media being here. It's been a long day, and I just want to thank you all for being in court and then being out here today. I think part of the way we stop these things from happening, part of the way we change the culture, is from the media reporting on it. And we're hit on this. And I think how you report on it and the attention you bring to it is really important, because people should recognize there's no place for hate. We're never going to tolerate it. We also don't have to let it get to a place like it did on Pearl Street on June 1st, 2025. And I really greatly appreciate the media and the role you play in communicating that message and helping us set a culture that leads to a better future and fewer of these hate crimes being committed anywhere in the United States. So thank you very much. Appreciate you.
That will conclude the press conference for today. Thank you.